Give me that stream. Come on, start. Start for me one time. Come on, start. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome to the After Hours Gaming League. Right. Come on, start. Okay. Hello everyone and welcome to the After Hours Gaming League. Beautiful. Alright. Come on, start. Okay. One more time, this level voice will be my standard level voice throughout the cast. League. Sound check, 1, 2. Alright. Come on, start. Okay. One more time, this level voice will be my standard level voice throughout the cast. League. Sound check, 1, 2. Alright. Come on, start. Okay. One more time, this level voice will be my standard level voice throughout the cast. League. Sound check, 1, 2. Alright. Come on, start. Okay. One more time, this level voice will be my standard level voice throughout the cast. League. Sound check, 1, 2. Alright. One more time. Close this sucker. Open it up over meow. Alright, beautiful. Goodness gracious. Whatever, work now. I haven't muted my mic. Excuse me, lovely streamers. Listening to me type. Just a quick update from my lovely streamers. We do have all the teams assembled here, so we're about to get this pickman phase rolling. So I will talk to you momentarily once we get into the client. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are about to begin, so I will start off this cast here momentarily once we start this match and get into client here. We're going to have our first game of the day, of course, be a best of 3 between Amazon, and Workday. Now it looks like we're about to start. Here we go. Wait for it. Alright, here we go. Hello everyone and welcome to the After Hours Gaming League. This is the playoffs of the 2015 season. We are in the round of 8 and boy do we have a good game for you today. Oh, this is going to be a great series, highly anticipated here, and it is going to be between, on the blue side of your screen, or spawning on the blue side, on the left side of your screen, it will be Amazon, of course, a lovely company that allows you to buy things online, like this beautiful mic, which I'm speaking through right now. And they are playing for the charity Child's Play. Child's Play brings children in domestic violence shelters and hospitals the joy of gaming to try and help them reconnect with their childhood, stay in a positive mindset here, and really reconnect with being a kid and not, sitting in a hospital after a traumatic experience like that or in some sort of domestic abuse center. It's a pretty scarring experience as a kid, so trying to help them reconnect with their childhood, get back in touch with just being able to enjoy their life, be a kid again, that's great. Fantastic charity there, and they are, of course, playing against, on the red side, Workday. Workday is a software vendor for on-demand financial management and human capital management, and they are playing for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Make-A-Wish grants the wish of a child diagnosed with a life-threatening medical condition in the United States, on average, every 38 minutes. That is insane to me. I had no idea until casting for this league that Make-A-Wish actually had such a high rate of wish granting. And again, it's a fantastic charity that brings hope back to these kids. And if you, it's a bit cliche at this point, but if you lose hope on yourself getting better, it seems like the odds are that you actually won't get better. So bringing those kids a lot of hope, actually getting them reconnected with their inner child again, enjoying life, that helps change so much of their perspective for the better. And it's a fantastic cause there. But without any further ado, let us get right into this pick man phase here. Of course, the first man we are seeing coming out from the red side is going to be that Sejuani. Iron Sheep during the round of 16, absolutely insane on Sejuani. I will be utterly shocked if Sejuani is not a 100% ban rate for this Workday team here. They are, of course, also in addition to that, going to ban the Callista and Jinx, of course, the ADC for this blue side for Amazon here. has shown up very strong. Of course, a lot of that has been put into getting started through the Sejuani, but certainly not dependent on that. We've seen, as we see the Lucian locked in here for him, you know, we've seen this ADC perform very strongly, you know, on a very wide variety of champions. You know, personally, from my research, it seems like the Kalista, Jinx, and Sivir are sort of the top 3 for this ADC, but just before we were getting into this game, there was some practicing going on a Lucian, so it's definitely not a champion that is unfamiliar to this AD carry here for the blue side. And you know, we very consistently see the blue side ADC perform throughout these games he's had in this tournament here. And goodness gracious. Okay, now, for a second there, I believe that I was still on this screen here. Wanted to make sure you guys could actually see what was going on in the pick ban phase here very quickly. Yeah, we see the So Much For Our Strat here line from the Amazon team when discussing with them earlier in the game, or earlier in the week, what the strategy for this game was. It was simply said, get Sejuani, win game. That was the plan for this Amazon team. Of course, Workday doing their due diligence and scouting that. Not going to even feign that that's not a possibility here, so I'm going to ban the Sejuani immediately. We're looking over to the bans for this Amazon team here. We of course see the Vi ban coming out, the LeBlanc ban coming out, and the Sivir ban coming out now. LeBlanc, of course, a very strong champion, and not always very strong. If you get somebody who's capable on that burst, has those mechanics down, she's always going to be a threat. Vi, a very strong choice currently as well, in my opinion. I think she has a lot of flexibility, and certainly a jungler that is very familiar to this Workday team here, but they are going to opt to go with the Gragas for that jungle instead, seeing that the Vi is banned out here along with the Sejuani, of course. Gragas, strong as well, brings a lot of utility. The Fat Man, of course, gets very tanky as the game goes on here. We're going to see, of course, feel like I'm like 4 drafts behind already, but Caitlyn, of course, was the response picked up in response to this Lucian. The Lucian-Caitlyn lane is going to be a very interesting one, to say the least. Of course, Lucian does have a lot of mobility here, but there's not too much he needs to be dodging in and out of here, though if that Thrush does get picked up, yeah, it's going to be immediately correction for me on needing to dodge in and out of things here. Yeah, that will be the Thrush locked in for this Workday team here, along with the Ahri. So, of course, Lucian going to be needing to really dodge out those Thrush hooks here. Janna going to be very helpful here. As soon as, even if a Thrush hook does land, can just start up that Twister immediately, knock that Thrush up in transit, keep that Caitlyn zoned away. A little extra shield on Lucian, never hurt anybody, and then all of a sudden the trade didn't work out too badly for you. Suddenly, a little bit more in your favor, and we do see, of course, the Sion has been locked in for this Amazon team here. Sion, typically we see in the top lane, though he's not unfamiliar to the jungle himself. I will be expecting to see a jungler pickup here, but we might see that Sion coming out in the jungle. It would be an interesting pick here. Of course, Sion can get insanely tanky as well, but looks like the Maokai, however, it looks like we will be seeing that Sion in the jungle here. And boy, will we have a treat. It will be very interesting to watch how those Sion ultimates are used here. Whether it's going to be simply from base ults to try and get to a lane, immediately gank that lane from base, or perhaps going into the river, getting that crab, ulting down the river, showing up in a lane, immediately being able to bring some CC. We shall see exactly how this goes, but that is, to not bury the lead here, that is going to be the Anivia locked into this Ahri matchup with both mid laners taking Ignite, a very volatile lane here. I'll be very interested to see how exactly that plays out. Anivia, definitely somebody that Leech is familiar with here in the mid lane. Perhaps second only to his Ahri. Though, of course, there is a lot of flexibility in there. The Orianna, the Syndra. All these standard champions familiar, of course, to Leech, who's very capable in that mid lane. And it looks like, yes, we will see that Rumble locked in for the top lane. So that's going to be a Rumble versus Maokai matchup. A little bit of a bruiser fest here in the top lane. I will be interested to see exactly how this Rumble plays it. If it's going to be a little bit more aggressive of a start here for the Rumble, or if it's going to be something that's a little bit more focused on just farming up, hitting those key item breaks, getting that penetration down, and then preparing for team fights here. You know, there's a lot of possible synergy here on the red side team with this composition, but a lot of opportunities for some misplay as well. It's going to be very interesting to see exactly how these team fights are played out for this Workaday team. I think this is going to be a very interesting game one to set the tone for this best of 3 series, because this is not a simple team composition that really smoothly flows from one thing into another. Of course, you have that catch potential with Ahri, with Thresh, of course, but exactly how you work that out is, I mean, obviously if you get a Thresh hook into a Charm or vice versa, then that's very easy. But if you don't get that sort of perfect setup, how you enable that kind of setup is going to be what really makes this red side shine here. Of course, Gragas can use his ultimate to displace people towards, create picks from what is a normally well-positioned team. But that's going to be very key here. If the team does start to play a little bit defensively positioning-wise to avoid those Ahri charms, to avoid those Thresh hooks, there's going to be some sort of need to start off these fights in a way that can create picks. And Gragas is the only real way this red side has to do that. So if Gragas becomes a follow-up CC through anything but a catch, Gragas is not going to do nearly as much as he would otherwise. Of course, with that body slam, a little displacement there, a little bit of CC, always going to be useful. But the real opportunity to make that Gragas shine is going to be with those ultimates. And of course, I mean, with the Rumble out there, throwing down that equalizer, that's going to offer them a lot of zoning potential here. If you can Gragas ult somebody out of position and then throw down the equalizer, not even on the team, but across terrain to make sure that there is no way for the rest of the team to catch it, to re-engage with their now caught out ally from the blue side without walking across that Rumble equalizer and taking a lot of damage along the way. That's going to be a very brutal choice to make here. Of course, it will have to be that Lucian, that Janna, that Anivia. If it's going to be the Maokai or the Maokai or the Scion, that's not really going to be helpful. And depending on how this blue side positions during those team fights, during the setup for those team fights, that's going to be very critical here. Of course, it's not all from one side though. On the blue side here, we do have, of course, Maokai, that point and click CC coming in with that twisted advance, getting the knock up there, the displacement, and then the Scion also able to use that time that they're rooted, that they're displaced, to charge up his knock up. Going to be bringing a lot of follow-up CC there, and by that time, Anivia should be able to get within enough range to throw down her ultimate in a very key position. Lucian should be able to, if not dash in aggressively, should be able to walk in and start getting off those piercing lights, getting off those auto attacks. Lining up a possible culling should people start to get low or start to get grouped as well. So it's going to be a very chess-like game here. A lot of times we see compositions that like to just go in and fight and be bloody. There's a lot of catch potential for both sides, and it's all about the team fights. Who catches first, who dives in first, whether or not there's reactionary disengage, which of course both of these sides do have with that Thresh ultimate, with the Gragas ultimate. Those can be used to disengage just as much as Janna can be used to disengage, as she is of course the queen of disengagement. But we will have to wait and see exactly how these team fights play out, because that's going to be the critical thing tipping this battle, in my view, is going to be how these team fights react. I don't see any lanes that are going to be too far out of reach for either side here, though we might see a possible lane swap situation if there's a little concern about the Caitlyn creating a lot of poke onto that Lucian, outranging him, of course, as Caitlyn's are wont to do. We'll see if there's an early invade from either side here to get some positional wards down, though we might just see standard lanes here as well. I wouldn't be too shocked to see that. We're going to see all 5 charging straight down the mid lane here. Very interesting play. They're actually not going to be spotted out here, and it's going to be Anivia. Oh, beautiful stun there, though. Prevents the Thresh from getting any abilities out there. And now they are in a position where it's 4v5 here. And they're going to choose to disengage and back away there. Just throw down some wards on the red. Beautiful play there by Anivia. Instantly leveling that ability to get that stun off there. And of course, with those wards already thrown down at the line of scrimmage area, thanks to Anivia doing that scouting there, we're going to be able to see the rest of the team disengaging back onto their side of the jungle. They're going to know where those wards are likely placed in their jungle, possibly consider using those wards to juke out a possible lane swap scenario here and feign that they're sending their ADCs top, should they so choose, but it looks like they're going to opt not to do that. No, Sion actually gonna back here, get that, I believe he backed at least. You know, let me indulge me for one moment, ladies and gentlemen, as I go back. Sion going back here to base after this start, going to actually forgot his trinket. I see what happened here. So perhaps actually strategically as well, not picking up a trinket there in case there was an invade, knowing that their side wasn't going to invade. Left that trinket slot open, so as soon as he went back here, he could just pick up a trinket, sweeping lens if he needed one. And wow, you know, if that is intentional, I am very impressed with that play there from Sion. What a genius move there to allow himself a little extra flexibility there. Looks like it's going to be bottom side starts here for both these junglers. Of course, getting those stronger leashes from those bot lanes, and both the laners are going to make it to lane just fine here. Going to make it for that first CS, of course. Actually, Caitlyn does end up just barely missing that there. Fortunately, Thresh, even with the Relic Shield, not going to be able to pick up that first CS, but a single CS shouldn't make that much difference. Another great Anivia shot there, landing those stuns. I'm already quite impressed with this Anivia if she's going to be able to continue to land those stuns. To be fair, that was of course a little bit point blank there, but should she be able to do that, that's going to be a very strong Anivia. Of course, landing that CC as well as that damage is what makes Anivia so strong here. Thresh getting a play a little bit towards the Caitlyn, though that might have been a mistake. Actually, Caitlyn going so low, forced to pop the heal. Very strong fights here, breaking out right as the level 2s come out. Now Caitlyn and Thresh hitting level 2. Getting a little good poke there onto that Janet, of course. That shield blocking out some of the damage there. But she's going to be able to munch down some of those biscuits and be just fine. You see blue side here in the bot lane continuing trying to shove that minion wave into the turret here, do as much denial as possible. They're actually not going to make it. That next wave going to be getting there in time to give this red side a little bit more slack here. Looks like Sion might be looking towards this mid lane here for an early gank. Well, perhaps not so much early as the first gank of the game, and that's a good wall from Anivia. Does slow that pathing a little bit here, but that's going to be the flash actually coming out, respecting that knockup potential from this Sion here. And that's going to be a flash for free in the mid lane here, just for a little time from the jungler. That's definitely going to inspire some confidence in this Anivia here. And what thus far was a very even matchup though. Thresh stepping very far forward here, trying to zone them out of some CS here in the bottom lane. It looks like going to be able to somewhat successfully do so here as the Rumble getting very aggressive onto this Maokai here with the Gragas coming in. It's a lot of damage, but the Twisted Advance actually going to get out right before the belly of that Fat Man comes in. And that will be Ahri. Yes, with that last ability, that's going to be the Ahri going down for first blood over to the Anivia here. Another return gank, of course. As soon as that flash was down, Sion was very confident that, no, it's time for me to come back here to this mid lane very soon here. And actually looking to make a play in the bottom lane, but going to just be zoning them away here. Not doing too much aside from that. Will clear out a pink ward for his trouble, though. Excuse me, a green ward in the tri-bush for his trouble. But yeah, first blood onto that Anivia. I cannot stress how critical that is. Anivia, of course, wants to, really needs that early gold to get herself through what is a usual power trough build that comes out here. And wow, look at that damage already coming out of Anivia here. Just with that single kill. And that extra time in lane, already out damaging Ahri so much here. The extra Doran's Ring not making too much of a difference for her at this point. As Jaina proccing that spell peaks as much as she can do. And that will be a good tornado to stop the engagement here. Unfortunately, the Thresh Hook goes wide. They're actually going to chase this Thresh, but here's the Fat Man unsuspecting. Was this blue side? That will be the flash from Jaina. A very patient gank there, sitting in that top brush on the bot lane for quite a while here. Very studious, very good waiting there. Took plenty of time there, waited for the Lucian to come through, chase that Thresh. Once exhausted, knowing he doesn't have that return damage potential, going to be able to out-trade and force that flash onto the Jaina, who was a little bit too far forward there, and that's Thresh Hook going over the Lucian shoulder there. Unfortunate for this red side here. This blue side does have to be careful as they are both quite low here. Jaina does, of course, have those biscuits, so she'll probably be just fine if she starts to get into a little bit of a messy situation here. It's a good tornado from Jaina to prevent any possible hooks coming out of Thresh there to try and capitalize on that Caitlyn trap. So now, the tables have certainly turned here in this bottom lane as the red side is now shoving into that turret as much as possible here. And that is a good hook onto Jaina with the flay as well. That's going to be a lot of the damage blocked out with that shield, though, luckily for Jaina. Coming up there just in time to block that crit damage from the Caitlyn. In the top lane here we see, of course, the first components of that Leandri's item coming out here for Rumble. Starting to get rolling up towards that penetration here. You see him spamming out those abilities as well. Starting to build up that rage. But here's actually going very aggressive is that Lucian, but he is hooked by the Thresh, but the heal will come out and that will be enough to give him a little extra life there. But hold that thought, because right over here, oh, the Anivia wall is actually jumped over by the Fat Man, and that's a great Anivia ultimate to get a lot of damage down. And the egg will be respawning in time here. I do believe she should get out of this water, but that's a great equalizer, actually a little bit to the side here, but does force a lot of damage onto these champions, and that will result in a double kill for this Rumble. Beautiful teleport there, knowing he had that equalizer up. Threw it a little bit more aggressively to prevent any turns here. But does get that reward for it with the double kill. And they're going to be chasing down this tree. They're going to try and burn him down. Not going to be able to do so, unfortunately. But they will force everyone back, and that is overall a 2-for-0, I believe, in that fight. I could be wrong there. I think there might have actually been a kill going back over to the blue side as well. Of course, starting that off with the Jaina, depending on how long you consider that extended fight there. The bottom lane was a little bit isolated in the start of that, but of course overall, during that whole action, a 1-for-2 in favor of this red side here. You see Jaina cleaning up some pink wards here, getting even more farm onto herself in addition to that kill. Not enough, she wants kills on pink wards now. Oh yes. As Caitlyn now with that BF sword going to have no trouble farming under that turret anymore, so she'll be just fine here. This Thresh even going to use that Relic Shield charge to pick up the cannon for her. And now Anivia, at that phase in the game where she can shove this out here, did opt to go for the boots of mobility here to get in good positioning for those ultimates to actually land those out, throw up that wall, and a very good zoning potential here, and that's a very strong choice there. Actually, as we see, Lucian going aggressive, dashing back into this. Good sidestep on the hook though. Not going to be punished for it. He does get a favorable trade there. Yeah, so as I was saying, Anivia, with that Catalyst build, going to have a little bit more sustainability here. Probably opting to go for that over the Blasting one, not just for the sustain, but of course during that last fight, did have her egg pop. So Lucian again dashing in, very aggressive here. After the cooldowns are up for the red side, definitely the right choice there, but gonna be making that a largely even trade here. So we see action all over the map right now. Quite low, but he does have that boost advantage, so he's able to dive in and out of this situation a little bit quicker. He'll have a little bit extra mobility, dodge out those skill shots a little bit, but unfortunately they are going to be zoned out here. That is Sion hanging out in the bottom lane, perhaps waiting for an opportunity to charge up. Seems like he is lingering, but as all this is happening, Maokai getting very low, actually flashes after the Rumble turns back. Oh no, very unfortunate there for the top lane. Maokai here giving up that flash essentially for free here, but a strong respect of the Rumble damage. Not wanting to risk that ultimate from the equalizer, but there it is. Well, after waiting for so long, he does ult in, but the Thresh Lantern is gonna be enough to keep her alive here. Thresh has to be careful himself, is going to flash back in for the box, and that's a lot of damage, but immediately stunned up, CC'd for so long was Ahri that as soon as she dove back in, she instantly regretted here. The Fat Man is going to take a lot of damage on the edge of that Anivia wall, and that will be him going on the Thresh Lantern. Not going to be enough there. CC'd a little bit too long. Those Thresh Lanterns have been on point, but unfortunately that won't be enough to get this Gragas out alive, and he will be going down as well. Overall, a 2-for-1 in favor of the blue side here. It looks like that might be the first dragon of the game as well. Going over to the blue side, Maokai going to telegraph that a little bit, leaving the mid lane, but of course not going to be able to get there in time to contest are the red side. And that will be the first dragon of the game, uncontested, going over to this Amazon team here. Already at a 1k gold lead here. Starting to get a significant advantage here as it's building. This is going to be a critical time, of course, for the red side if they can get through this phase where they do have a bit of a gold disparity, particularly focus that Anivia. Try and get that Anivia knocked out very quickly here, along with the Lucian, of course. Lucian certainly to be respected here, but Thresh going very deep there for the pink ward. Might regret it here. Ahri is in tow there. She does miss the charm though, so that's going to be a safe blue side who gets out of there scot-free. The Thresh immediately going to have to back after clearing out that pink ward. That was a lot of damage coming out on him. You see Rumble with those nearly heat-sinking missiles here, reminding us, of course, of the good Urgot. It is Rumble overheating, so he does not have those passive abilities up right now. He's tanking up that turret a little bit for his team right now. That's a lot of damage coming out onto Ahri, who does have to Spirit Rush away. She's solo, has to be careful here. But Sion does have his ultimate available, but she's going to Spirit Rush right into the back here and sit between those turrets and go back and be just fine here. But with that Anivia now able to shove those waves in very quickly, that's going to be a lot of pressure on this mid lane. That will pull the rest of this team here, but that's a beautiful hook from the Thresh, going to force out the ultimate, and she does step forward just enough to make that Gragas knock her to safety. And that is exactly what we were talking about. Beautiful Anivia wall there. Hold that thought actually, because that was a fantastic Anivia wall to stop any follow-up there. to try and prolong that engagement. Great placement on that wall for the zoning. And that is exactly what we were talking about during the champ select phase, of course. Not just the possibility of Gragas ulting somebody to safety, which is of course always a huge risk when you pick that champion, but the just overall use of that ultimate for repositioning. How acute are these capabilities on the Gragas for this Workday team here? That's going to be absolutely critical for their fights, and this Maokai caught out a little bit too strong here. Is this red side a lot of damage? He's going to try and turn on the Rumble, but he will not be able to. Of course, Ahri, with that Q and with that charm, going to be forcing him to go in and fight. And that looks like it's going to be the same case for Lucian here, as he will be going down to the 2v1 with Caitlyn and Thresh returning to that bottom lane. And an unanswered 2 for nothing here. They will try and take the mid lane turret for their troubles, and they will be able to do so. First turret of the game for this blue side. Definitely a needed amount of global gold here, as we see the now 1k gold lead has shifted over to the red side here. And it looks like they will be able to pick up this turret as well. The Scion, with that ultimate available, is right here. And that Janus shield is going to block out a lot of damage. I'm not sure if it will be enough though. That is a hook onto the Scion. Gonna opt to not use that ultimate, very low on mana, wouldn't be able to bring too much follow-up CC to that. With the looming threat, that is going to force the back here. And for now, that bot lane outer turret will be defended. Though hold that thought, because we do see Ahri and Rumble cruising towards that bottom lane. We're gonna think better of it after they realize they were spotted out by that pink ward. And that turret's so low right now. Just very quickly here. 6 hit points after all those minions were hitting it. That Janus shield, absolute hero here. Saving a little bit of time for this blue side here. Any backs that happen between now and when they go blow on that turret are going to be absolutely critical. The Janus shield's going to preserve that turret still, as Anivia is going to be able to clean out that pink ward here. And that will be Caitlyn going back without that extra gold. Thresh trying to catch Anivia with a hook there. Unfortunately not able to do so with the Ahri in tow. With the charm available, that would have been a very dead Anivia, would she have been caught there. It looks like we're going to see red buff handed over to the Lucian here. As actually stepping into that stun is actually going to force the Spirit Rush out of Ahri. Absolutely needed to do so, otherwise she would have been falling victim to a possible Anivia wall coming up, sticking her in that ultimate longer than she wanted to be. But a beautiful leading shot there from Anivia. Seeing that Ahri, of course, not wanting to go deeper towards the blue side turret once she realized that Anivia was there. Actually, hold that thought, because there's a lot of damage coming out from that Lucian. Caitlyn's so low already, and that will be the turret going down. Scion flashes in to land the Twisted Advance, forces the return flash from that Caitlyn, but with the CC here, it's going to be Thresh and Caitlyn locked down through that engagement, and that will be 2 for nothing right here, as the turret fell as well. And here comes the teleport from Maokai to prevent Rumble from answering with a turret in the top lane here. So an unanswered 2 free kills essentially in this bottom lane here. Caitlyn perhaps trying to defend that outer turret a little bit too hard at this point in the game, and there were that many members in this bottom lane. And now we see, of course, the pings coming out on that dragon. Gragas looking to try and prevent anything from happening here. Anivia trying to throw out that stun. Doing as much zoning as possible, and that actually was that. No, that was not. For a moment there, I thought that Ahri might have picked up that Scuttle Crab, but no, that will be the Scuttle Crab going over to the blue side here. And Maokai looking to chase this Rumble. Beautiful Anivia wall, but that is going to be the flash from Rumble. Great reaction time on Rumble to see that Anivia wall coming out, realize what had happened, no hesitation, burn that flash immediately. That absolutely the right call there. And that lack of hesitation definitely going to save his life. Keep him available for this team fight. Of course, with that Leandre's completed now. With those sorcerer shoes completed, our near true damage is going to be coming out during this team fight. Very little magic resistance built at this point for the blue side, so Hold on 10 is going to be doing a lot of work here. That is a lot of damage to start this off. Ari, great position there. That's a very good rumble ultimate as well, zoning people off, forcing them to walk onto that for a very extended period of time. That's going to be how the Maokai goes down, though. Gragas has gone down as well. That is a smiteless red side here. Caitlyn throwing out the ace in the hole. Going to be blocked out there, I do believe. And Thresh with the flash hook, unfortunately not able to connect. And now that will be the red side looking to pick up this dragon, or perhaps even bait it out. Of course, as they do not have the smite available, this is a very risky play here. Of course, that Scrying Orb coming out, they will know that it has been started off here. Pulling out a little bit, trying to delay it a little bit here. As the mid laner and top laner trying to run duty, but there's the culling, and no, Caitlyn very serious, waiting for in between those culling shots to pick it up, and there's a beautiful Gragas ultimate, gonna be costing Anivia her life there. Now that is the kind of Gragas ultimates we need to see there, punishing people, actually dashing right into the charm. That's a lot of damage on Lucian, but the ultimate from Sion, catching out the two squishies, and all of a sudden, this became a 2-for-1 in favor of the blue side. Unfortunately, after taking that Anivia, thinking they could go a little bit deeper, pick up even more, perhaps overextending a little bit, pressing their luck, and they are going to be punished for it. Is this Workday team, though? That was a very close engagement. Just a few minor positioning changes could have spelled an entirely different team fight there, but that will be a mid lane inner turret being picked up by the Amazon team. Off of that as well, so the dragon has been evened up here, 1-for-1 for both these teams. And we do see the Righteous Glory has been completed for Sion. Will be able to keep up with those champions, get onto them, stay onto them, bring his team with them, actually land all of his CC, be able to get in a good enough position to charge up that CC for a very long time here. And we do see him, of course, delaying those Mercury treads a little while longer here. Not very concerned with the Ahri perhaps, but might be pushing in his luck there against the Rumble, who is 3-0-2 right now. That is a lot of damage going to be coming out from Rumble. Of course, Ahri, not something you can neglect here. And there's Hero Thresh just going to step forward, and that's actually the hook onto the minion, though. That teleport will be coming out for Rumble to make sure that nothing goes insane down here, but actually Rumble gonna be left to fend for himself here. There were only 3 members, including himself, so gonna give his life up for the team there. Go down for the first kill on him in this game. And unfortunately for the red side, that is the shutdown gold coming from that kill onto Rumble. Perhaps should have given up somebody like the Thresh instead, who does have 2 deaths already, prevent a little bit of that shutdown gold from coming out, fueling the coffers of this blue side team a little bit less. But there's going to be the Sion ultimate coming out. Not going to accomplish too much, but will zone them away to make sure that inner turret in the bottom lane for the red side goes down. And now that is 5-3 turrets. All but one of the inner turrets gone down at this point, whereas every inner turret remains for this blue side. You see Anivia, disgusting amounts of damage already just with that Rod of Ages completed here, and the Chalice as well. Or the Athene's Unholy Grail, as it were. Almost fully stacked Rod of Ages right now, so once Anivia goes back one more time and picks up a little bit more damage here, as we used to, she's almost got enough for a needlessly large rod. She's going to start to become an enormous damage threat. see Lucian going to be taking up that red buff for himself again, as that's all 5 members here in this mid lane. Going to try and force the issue here, create an opportunity, but that is Sion. You definitely don't want to be fighting him. They do chunk out quite a bit of his health given how tanky Sion already is, but going to be largely inconsequential right now. Of course, looking at that Maokai as well, we do see that Ro8 is nearly fully stacked for him as well. And that's going to be the Spirit Rush forced out again. Great Anivia wall there, zoning quite a bit. And Thresh actually solo. That's going to be the Culling coming out. Not going to be able to land the last few hits they needed onto that Thresh. But that will be a lot of pressure created. Ahri already so low as well. The red buff from is going to be a lot here, and she will go down. And that ace in the hole going to have a lot of the damage blocked out, and there's the Anivia wall. Combined with the tornado from Janna, going to be able to prevent any follow-up here. Rumble really looking to try and get in there, but simply too far away. Janna just too speedy, as per usual with Janna. An interesting choice as well on the Janna, opting to go for those cooldown boots with the captain enchantment here. The Lucidity boots, of course. Very good choice on the Janna to make sure that she can spam out those abilities as much as possible, provide as much utility for her team as she can here, but we'll see if there's going to be any cost to doing so here. No longer able to get into as well of a position to use that utility, but if she can, she's feeling confident right now as a 1, 2, and 9 Janna. I certainly do not blame her going for those cooldown boots just to be able to impact even more frequently. Good prediction there on the charm. Lucian's going to be able to get out of that order just fine. And as the dragon started off, they will clear out the wards. Red side knows this is going on, so they're going to actually look to try and trade the Baron here. Very cheeky played. Of course, there are no wards on that Baron. They do know that something happened on this red side, and Rumble is trying to zone away as best as he can. They're actually going to leave it. The Baron healing up. Not going to be completed there, but that is a beautiful Rumble ultimate. Pops the egg, though. Nivea going to be actually protected by that egg. Going to be just fine here. And that will be the Rumble going down. Sion looking to fight here. Will land the CC, and now chain CC preventing the Thresh Lantern from saving that Caitlyn. Unfortunately for the red side, now a 2-for-0, trying to rush that Baron down. Unfortunately, Baron going down much slower than Dragon does. Gave plenty of time for this blue side to come right over after finishing that Dragon Rumble, doing his best to try and zone them off, try and prevent them from getting there as quickly as possible, but leaving that Baron, probably of course the right call there, but it's gotta feel bad for this blue side, or excuse me, for this red side, as they essentially gave up an uncontested dragon here for just a little hope, just a twinkle in the eye at a possible Baron trade, but they were not able to rush it down quickly enough. That is some fairly low numbers here. A beautiful hook onto that Anivia. Not going to opt to follow it up though. Thinking better of that. Not going to let that Lee Syndrome come into the Thresh hooks here. Thresh is calling out again though. Great shot with that Anivia. Landing those stuns so consistently here. I mean, to see an Anivia player who can very consistently land those stuns and actually provide a lot of CC for her team using that and the wall. Absolutely very impressive Anivia play, and that's the hook onto Lucian. They will be dogging in onto this one. They will get instantly 2 kills. The entire bot lane for this blue side blown up. Gonna be Spirit rushing in is Ahri, and she will get Maokai with the last one, but that's not going to be a clean trade there. She will go down herself, and Caitlyn's so low right now. Gonna be able to E away. Gonna be able to lifesteal off that, but that actually is Thresh going down. after Scion had that passive up. So overall a 5 for 2. Hugely in favor of this red side here. Evening up this game quite a bit. And now that's going to be the mid lane inner turret going down as well. Unfortunately, no global objectives available aside from these turrets. But certainly that global gold from the turret's going to be doing a lot of work here as they will try and pick up this red buff as well for the Caitlyn. As she does get in. Once seeing that scrying orb come out, gonna not risk trying to get those cards. Gonna just E over that wall. And I'll settle for picking up this Skeletal Crab. But wow, that was absolutely what this red side needed to get back in the game here. Evening up that score quite a bit now, only 2.5k gold down at this point. A very minor lead now for the blue side. And those dragons largely even, 2-1 in favor of the blue side here, but no critical third dragons coming out for either side yet, keeping this game very evened up here. We do see Anivia actually opting to go for a little bit of penetration here, a little bit more tankiness as well with that Leandri's, rather than going for the raw damage, knowing that there's a lot of focus coming onto her specifically. Gonna opt for something a little bit more safe here. Still be able to do a lot of raw damage here. You know, looking at the build for the red side with no MR built on any champion at this point. I mean, it's so surprising to see none at all. That Leandri's is going to be plenty to make that Anivia do true damage at this point. As the blue side looking to try and get something started here. Rumble taking quite low. It's a huge amount of damage as they go in. That Spirit Rush not going to be enough. Gonna need the flash as well, but she will make it out with her life. Beautiful Gragas belly flop there. And throwing down that ultimate to prevent anything from happening in the follow-up there onto that low Ari. And that will be... Actually, hold that thought. As soon as I say that, Anivia gonna land a beautiful shot there onto Ari. I'm so impressed with this Anivia play. Of course, with that pink ward available, did see her trajectory, but dashing forward is Lucian. Very confident in those skills there. And that's another Gragas ultimate coming out. And he will not make it away, though. The Piercing Light gonna pick him up. And very low are this blue side members, but still able to hang out, still able to create a lot of damage here. They're going to go back on a ward. Unfortunately, Ace in the Hole is available, and that Lucian will be a good guy. ADC here. Block that out for the Janna. And she's going to be able to make it out of there just fine. You know, this 1, 3, and 15 Janna absolutely being a monster this game. And again, as we were speaking about in the champ select phase, even without that Sejuani coming out, once this ADC gets going, absolutely posting huge numbers. Both members of the bot lane are able to post huge numbers. And now, of course, we're seeing that reflected here with the 7, 3, and 7 Lucian, with the 1, 3, and 15 Janna. Not to discount at all the 6, 2, and 7 Anivia here. And again, beautiful plays with that CC. Now, we're actually in a reverse situation of earlier. The Dragon went down a little bit faster, though. So this Baron shouldn't be able to be rushed, and they do have a ward on this Baron. They will know that the vision is being cleared out here. You see the pings coming out for this red side. Try and make sure nothing's fishy's going on here. Thresh just going to slam a ward down. Gonna know that they backed away. Gonna get a little bit more vision there, and actually does land the hook on Maokai. That's the charm as well, taking a good chunk of damage, about a third of the damage. Oh no, Rumble! Gonna not be able to flash that wall just a little bit too far away. And that, oh, that's so unfortunate for this red side team. You see the damage coming out from the Ahri onto that ADC. If only that Rumble had been able to flash the wall. But now that is a 4v5 situation here, as the blue side immediately coming back over to this Baron. They are going to start it off here. And wow, that is so critical for this Amazon team. Now with that Rumble equalizer out, I mean there's no opportunity to equalize this situation, and that is a lot of damage onto the Anivia. The egg not popped yet though. And Ari being chased very strongly by that Scion. That's a lot of damage, a huge amount of damage onto all these members. The egg now is popped. And here's Rumble coming out here. That's a huge Gragas ultimate. But nobody knocked in a position that synergizes well with that equalizer. And that's what we're talking about again. Anivia not going to be able to make it out of there. The egg taking too long to get her back in action. So she will go down. And so 1-0 for this red side here. And now they're looking to start off this Baron. So low are these carries. I'm not sure if this is the right decision. They are very vulnerable right now. That's so much damage coming out onto this Baron. Already a third of the HP left. That should be the Baron going down before anything can be done about it. And in fact it is going to be able to back away right now. And again, just when we think things are starting to turn for the worst for this Workday team, they somehow find a way to create an engagement, to get into a position and get an objective, and now all of a sudden they are totally back into this with that Baron, with the Dragon score evened up, only a 3k gold disadvantage for them. Of course, that is not insignificant, but with the benefit of the Baron buff currently on them, they might be able to create some objective pressure here and get something to even that up a little bit right now. Of course, the turret's still in favor of Amazon on the blue side, as they are only relegated to now their inhibitor turrets on the red side here for Workday. Good charm there from Ari. That is so much damage on the tanky Maokai. Absolutely insane amounts of damage. Oh my god, I'm so blown away by that. Wow, that is a very impressive amount of DPS there, and that is Lucian going down as well, and that is an easily falling bot lane. This might be the inhibitor turret as well as death timers, well over 30 seconds at this point in the game. I think that this bot lane inhibitor turret is going to have to be given up as well, along with the inhibitor. These super Baroned up minions, rather. So much damage. I don't think they should push much beyond this inhibitor here. Looking to try and get a possible pick here. But they're actually getting a lot of chance CC onto that Caitlyn. She will go down immediately. Scion double tapping that R for the burst. And that will be Thrush going down as well. And the Workday team overstaying their welcome entirely here. Giving up 2 kills for nothing. That actually might be more, as all of these Amazon members have respawned. Now 3 for nothing. Anivia looking to go forward, does get the wall, and that's going to be Ari going down as well. 4 for nothing. 4 for overstaying on an inhibitor. That has to be painful for this red side. Just when you thought that they were getting back in the game here, were creating an opportunity for themselves, absolutely overstaying their welcome, paying the price for it. Luckily for them, still a minute left on that Dragon respawn timer, so there's not going to be any huge objectives going down. The Fat Man going to be enough to prevent this mid lane from being shoved up too hard, but no, absolutely no reason to have stayed for that, for those kills. I mean, looking for a possible kill off of that inhibitor as well. Certainly something you can peek at, but with those death timers coming down to nothing, with those respawns coming in, you have to get out of there while you still have the 3v5 advantage, especially with your low health bars, with your low mana bars. You gotta be respectful of the follow-up potential that this Amazon team brings. We've seen time and again this game, they've absolutely been able to punish any minor overextension. And Workday simply not respecting that. Gonna pay the price here. So, you know, they're looking to continue to press on. $4K behind in gold right now. They do have a very good even distribution of their kills, so their item builds are not too far behind on the champions they need them. The Scion going to be throwing out the ultimate here, looking to catch that Rumble, but not going to be able to do that with that speed up. That's going to be Rumble to actually force a flash here, and the tip of the knockup lands, and there's the Anivia while Rumble throwing out the desperation equalizer, not going to be able to make anything of it, and that will be the dragon available right now in a 4v5. Could be the third dragon of the game for this blue side, and no, gonna dash in is Ari, actually followed by the twisted advance. That is a lot of damage on the Maokai, but here's the Fat Man, not going to be able to save the Ari, so close, but the ultimate from Caitlyn actually blocked out by Janna, taking a lot of damage onto herself. Good guy Janna going to be taking the brunt of that. As Gragas with that GA available, not going deep enough into that to save his team there. Well, unfortunately, it is unclear if he would have been able to had he gone deeper anyway. And fortunately, that's going to be Maokai going down, but for his life, they will get the Caitlyn. And now with that GA pop, that's going to be the CC perfectly timed from the Scion to prevent any possible jumps there. Might have bit off more than he can chew here as Rumble. Already taken down to half his HP. And wow, absolute massacre from this Amazon team here, destroying the workday in that engagement. And you know, this game now, after that third dragon critically with that movement speed, now with the over 7k gold lead, the backs all coming out, these items being picked up, the upgraded trinkets, the nearly full item builds here, the GA coming out for Anivia, on top of the passive egg, which I do believe is still available right now, and yes, in fact, it is. So Anivia is going to be an absolute menace in this upcoming team fight with that death cap now completed. Going to be doing a ton of damage. But you know, right now we are at that point in the game where this is as bad as it gets for the red side. If Workday can manage to defend for these next 5 or so minutes, things are just going to get easier for them at this point in the game. This is about as rough as it gets. If this Baron doesn't go down for the red side, actually Rumble way out of position there, trying to be a hero, take out that Lucian. Absolutely unable to do so. Good sidestep there by the Gragas. But wow, that is very unfortunate. Even had the Zonias available, but absolutely nothing to do there when there's a whole team that comes out from beside you there. Of course, the wards were able to spot that out for the red side here. So that's a very unfortunate catch there from Amazon. And again, it shows what we were talking about earlier of any possible chance to punish you, this Amazon team absolutely capitalizes on, and that is how they've extended their lead so far in this game. There's been many a time. Hold that thought actually, because the team fight's looking to break out here. Anivia not going to be able to position that wall in a way that keeps them in range here. Very low is that Lucian, but Caitlyn out of position with that flash from Scion. Beautiful flash to reposition and force that Caitlyn out. Make her get stuck there, and now she's gone down, and that's another unanswered kill going over to the Amazon team here. And now possibly looking to start off that Baron. There it is. It's going to be started off here. Rumble is available, does have his equalizer available, but that is a dropping Baron so fast. The ward gonna be spotting this out. We'll have to throw it down right now. Not even gonna try. Gonna just back away there. And now this is as hard as it gets here. With these backs coming out, with these last completions of some critical items here for some of these members on the Amazon team, they're going to have so much of a power spike here with that Baron buff as well. Unfortunately, the hero minions in the bot lane not able to take down that inhibitor. And there are no wards available for Rumble to try and go down there. Rumble, of course, not the best to sneak and inhib either. Anyways, so You see, of course, the blue pots coming out, the red pots coming out, lots of damage coming out. This is the critical moment. Both sides recognizing that this is a do-or-die moment right now for the Workday team, and that's going to be the Scion ultimate. Will land it onto Caitlyn, and oh no, Caitlyn gonna be absolutely destroyed there. Nothing she can do. Caught out by that Scion ultimate, and now this is going to be the mid lane inhib going down, and the base being cracked open finally for this Amazon team here. They might be looking for more as well. As they press in, Rumble is back and healthy. They'll still have that equalizer available, but Ari absolutely annihilated. Still no Zonia's coming out from the Rumble. CC too much there, and that is going to be a Grog's ultimate for a little bit of disengagement to try and protect these turrets here. The Johnny heal going to be too much to regen them up, and this is an undefendable base right now. Workday trying their best, but just simply unable to, and that will be the first game in this best of 3 going over to Amazon here. And wow, a very strong showing. Again, until the mid game, this was a very contested game, hotly contested between these two teams here. But at the end, I mean, the stats speak for themselves at the end of this game. That 10-4 and 14 Lucian, that 15-3 and 10 Anivia. This game absolutely went insane. Those carries did their job in the Scion. Iron Sheep again, showing just overall jungler, like... There is a reason Iron Sheep is the jungler for Amazon. Let's put it that way. 6-2 and 19 on Scion with that target ban to force him off of what was supposedly this pocket pick champion for him. And wow, I mean, that's looking at the damage totals very quickly as well, because we do want to hop into game 2 here very quickly. Anivia, 47k damage. Lucian out damaging all the members on the red side team, but Anivia way outpacing Lucian as well. So much damage coming out from that AoE, and now this is something we've discussed previously when casting this Amazon team. It seems like Agronaut Jason, excuse me, is just somebody you can't ban out. We've seen a number of teams try to do all those bans towards the AD carry of Amazon, try and force him off a champion that he's comfortable on, prevent him from going insane, and we have yet to see a team that is able to find a set of bans that accomplishes that task. And it seems like perhaps trying to focus bans elsewhere on people that enable him, perhaps the supports, the junglers, those bans might be more effective, and we might see a switch up in the strategy here for game 2, especially with the first pick going to be coming out for the red side team in this game for Workday here. Now going to be on the blue side in game 2. Perhaps they will be looking to use that first pick as a 4th ban to try and snatch away that Sejuani if they leave it available, something of that nature. But we will see as we are going straight into game 2 here. Thank you for watching. If you want to see all these videos, stay tuned with the upcoming matches, the schedules. All of those are available from the beautiful website you see on your screen right now, afterhoursgaming.tv. And of course, feel free to stay tuned to this channel for game 2, which will be starting right now. And for my lovely streamers, right now, actually doesn't mean right now, because we don't have the next lobby made just yet, though it is being made right now. It should be available here within about 2 or 3 minutes. Feel free to take a moment, grab yourself a nice glass of water, relax. That was I cannot believe at the end score again for you guys. 34-18 was the kill differential at the end of the game. That does not sound like a game that was as neck and neck as it was all the way up until the mid game. If we can see, just trying to think here, if we can see possibly a composition coming out from Workday now that's a little bit more Sorry about that. Having to remake the lobby here. If we can see a composition that is focused on a mid-game power spike, see like a Corki, see any champions that use Trinity Force here coming out from this Workaday team, if they switch to that sort of a composition with a mid-game power spike, I mean, we've seen this from Amazon before. We've seen that they aren't necessarily unstoppable at the early game. When they hit mid-game, that's when they hit their stride and the scores start to get a huge gap there. So if you can possibly create a composition around the idea of a mid-game power spike, perhaps there is a way to counteract what seems to be the nature for this Amazon team here. Sorry about that. I keep having to interrupt my thought here today. Alright, so, as we were saying, we do have now, the sides are going to be switched up here. Hopefully that will create a little bit more flexibility for this Workday team here. During the pick ban phase, they will have that first pick available as a de facto sort of fourth ban here. So we'll see if they're able to wrangle anything from that and turn that into a possible opportunity here for them to force a composition out of this Amazon team that is not something they're used to seeing. And again, you know, I just do not believe in the AD carry bans against Amazon. I simply do not think there's any AD carry that is subpar that comes out of Amazon. I don't think there's enough bans in the game to force out an AD carry that won't be hugely effective and doesn't have mechanical proficiency from the Amazon team here. So I would expect to see some AD carry bans being switched up. That Sejuani, again, might be left open as a first pick away, but Amazon's going to have that in mind. So if they see that Sejuani isn't banned away, they're going to know that that's going to be a first pick Sejuani, and they're going to think about, okay, what do we want to have our first two picks be, given that Sejuani is essentially banned away, air quotes, from us as well as a fourth ban. And giving them that flexibility to have two picks immediately for their other lanes, I mean, they're going to be able to pick up whatever they want. If you even set everything aside and said, okay, we're just going to ban all three bans towards either the top laner, the mid laner, the support, people where the champion pools haven't really been tested that heavily for Amazon during this tournament. If that's the shift, and then they first pick Sejuani away to make sure they can actually allocate three bans towards one of those individual laners, the question then becomes, is their champion pool at least 4 champions deep? Because if it is, you can just instantly pick the laner for that. And that does, of course, open you up to a little bit of counter picking. But, I mean, it's a complex situation. We're going to have to wait and see how this plays out here. We are waiting on a little bit of extra time here. So for my streamers, I'm going to throw myself on mute. We'll think about that in the break. I'm going to go grab some water for myself as well to make sure my voice doesn't give out today, or at least as much as I can hope. So I will be right back. I'll let you guys know as we are about to hop into client. And I enjoy the no music in the break here. Alright, and we are back in client, so with my water now we'll be able to cast. So let's get right into game 2 here. Here we go. Hello everyone and welcome to the After Hours Gaming League. This is the 2015 season, the quarterfinal matchup between Amazon, Hamzon, and Workday as we continue this series. Now Workday going to be on the blue side here. We're going to hop right into the pick band phase here. We do see the Sejuani band coming out, the Anivia band coming out, and the Scion band coming out. So obviously Sejuani, an infamous jungler at this point for the Hamzon team here, going to be an absolute must ban against them. But the Anivia and Scion, these bands absolutely being switched up from the last game, being swapped from 2 AD carry bands to simply the Scion and Anivia, hoping to ban out the champions that did show up very big for this Hamzon team in the last game. Whereas we see Hamzon going to be banning out the Vi again, going to be banning out the LeBlanc again, and now banning out the Gragas as well, showing a little bit of respect here towards that Gragas play that was coming out in the last game. And as we can already see some delicious picks coming out here, that is going to be Kha'Zix locked in the jungle. Oh my goodness, I am so excited to see this Kha'Zix play. Of course, Kha'Zix in the most recent patch getting a little bit of tweak here and there around those early heals, getting a little bit better sustain in those early jungle routes, and now able to really be a threat again. As we see the Eve hover, speaking about people who have recently been tweaked to get a little bit faster and stronger clears early on. It looks like that hover is very strong. That is going to be the lock-in of the Eve. And wow, this game all of a sudden exploding. Gonna be a lot of damage coming out from both sides here. And wow, I'm excited to see how explosive this game becomes here. Of course, we are now going to see in the top lane that's going to be Singed. Somebody that is a very favored pick here in the top lane, a signature champion for this Amazon team right now. As we very quickly check out Eva Skarner. Alright, that's going to be a little thank you. As that is actually going to be a proxy pick coming out, not going to be Eve. That will be a Skarner coming out for this Amazon team instead here. Going to be a lot more tanky than with that Kha'Zix picked up. Of course, Eve going to be a lot more vulnerable than a Skarner would towards those possible assassinations attempts if Kha'Zix decided to go a little bit more aggressive and do some invades of the jungler, actually spot out Eve with some deeper wards there, know what camp she's at, be able to punish her in the jungle as she is so squishy if she doesn't suddenly appear in a 2v1 position. So Skarner going to be a much stronger pick there as well, especially considering if Kha'Zix decides to go a much more all-in sort of style with his team composition, which it looks like we're going to be seeing with that Annie as well. He's going to look to try and jump in deep as much as possible, get a lot of assassination damage on that back line. And if Skarner hangs out a little bit more in the middle of the group, instead of just being an absolute frontline tank, if he hangs around sort of the center of the group, he's going to be able to throw down that ultimate immediately on Kha'Zix as he jumps in and prevent him from doing that assassination damage, prevent him from getting to Ballista. Give Ballista a little bit of time to jump away using that passive ability and be able to chunk him out with that Ren stack. So we'll see exactly how that plays out here, as we are going to see this remade temporarily here, so we can actually get that Skarner pick in, as that was of course a proxy pick here. And here we go, back into the game here. We'll just keep this as a little bit of an extended intro here for game 2, of course. And we're seeing not the same bands coming out, unfortunately. just the A bands coming out here. Having a little bit of fun during this pick ban phase. Will that Ari remain available? We're not sure. Nobody can ever know. Oh, it's going to be a Zero. Zero, of course, the most broken champion of them all. So yes, we're going to see that Annie coming out in the mid lane here. Going to be able to have a lot of burst potential. Annie, along with Kha'Zix. The potential here to flash Tibbers and then have Kha'Zix just dive in and just start picking people off, hop from one person to another, and just start wrecking the squishies in the backline. It's going to rely on a very strong flash Tibbers if that's what is to happen here. And when I say that, I don't, of course, mean any support style flash Tibbers where that is the initial engage. The initial engage is probably going to come from Maokai. It's probably going to come from Thresh. Of course, if it's Thresh, that's more likely to be a pick than rather just an all-out engagement. But if it does come from Maokai, if Thresh does dive into the middle of a team here, Annie is going to be very far back in the back line. So Annie is going to not be able, I mean, unless if we see again like a more Boots of Mobility coming out, though Annie much more want to go with the Sorcerer Shoes for that extra penetration. She's going to need to get within range, as she does have very limited range on her spells. So that flash is going to be absolutely critical to have available. So we might see a lot of focus going towards this mid lane in the initial phases of the game here, and especially during that mid game. Forcing Annie to use that flash defensively is going to be an immense pickup for this Amazon team here on the red side. If they can force that Workday flash from Annie, they're going to lose a lot of the follow-up damage that would enable Kha'Zix to start to go insane here. And we'll be interested to see, of course, what evolution path Kha'Zix decides to go with here for this Workday team. We have seen, of course, the changes right before Kha'Zix started to fall out of flavor that were influencing some people to go a different evolution path. So we'll try and keep an eye on what exactly Kha'Zix decides to evolve first here. And of course, looking at this from the Amazon side of things, Orianna, with that Singed, with that Skarner, she has not the strongest ball delivery systems, but both of those champions are very content to just run and take damage. They don't really need to be like a Maokai where he gets an invulnerable period of time as the Twisted Advance goes down. They can just run. Especially Singed with that Ghost picked up as well. He's going to just be in your team. So there's nothing you can do about Singed. He's just going to be in your team poisoning you. So that is what it is. So Orianna, not going to have necessarily a ball delivery system, but is going to have some ball delivery posts set up around the enemy team at any one given point in time. And we have seen a little bit of flavor transitioning with the use of Orianna. Rather than going for the typical ball delivery system, what we've seen is teams in this more tankier meta just having some tanks that can get in the thick of things, and during the middle of a team fight, rather than as an initial wombo start off to the team fight, during the middle of it, the ball just comes out of Orianna to shield somebody who's in the middle of things, gets that ultimate, or is used as a zoning tool for disengagement. Of course, the red side does not have very much disengagement here, aside from the Morgana. Of course, with those bindings to slow some people down who are getting a little too close, with the threat of an ultimate if you engage too hard into that Morgana, there's a lot of potential there. But aside from her, there's not much disengagement here. The rest of it is just minor stuff. The adhesive gunk, whatever that's called, from Singed. Pardon me, I'm not a Singed player. But the adhesive from Singed is going to be slowing people down. The Skarner going to be able to slow people down a little bit as well, especially if we see Skarner go for something like an Iceborne Gauntlet, something like that, to give him even additional slow. So we'll see exactly what builds come out for these champions here as we load up onto the Rift for, again, what is Game 2. This is do or die here for the blue side Workday team. We'll see if they're able to force the third matchup here, or if they are going to have their playoff dreams crushed here in the quarterfinals against Amazon spawning on the red side. And we see typical starts here coming out from all these champions. Nothing too unexpected early on. Of course, the pact was taken here. I'm about 99% sure that was with Morgana. Yes, it was indeed. So, a little bit stronger position here. They will spawn out, but there are some blue members around here. Going to throw out more defensive ward over the wall. Actually, just going to be a little annoying here. Falzic's opting to start with those spikes. And that is a hook onto Orianna. She's already so low. Forces the flash. Wow, Orianna's so low there. Thresh did hesitate slightly on leveling that hook going for it, but it was absolutely worth it. Orianna, first of all, so close to dying. Sub 100 HP here. But a free flash. And that is not how this Amazon team wanted to start off game 2. Again, especially since we were talking about how critical Annie is going to be with her flash. If she's now an entire flash up in that mid lane, that is going to be a very dangerous situation here coming out for that Orianna. And it looks like, in fact, we are going to see a lane swap come out here from this Workday team. They did pick that Jinx, and of course, you know, we did have a conversation with Workday as well coming into this game. You know, and I was talking about what sort of things they had in mind here, and this was one of the strategies they brought up, was bringing that Jinx into a 2v1 lane swap scenario to be able to just get a lot of farm under her, accelerate her into the late game as quickly as possible, and you know, zoning this Singed out very heavily early on is going to make sure that he doesn't get that gold to get those items he needs. It looks like, unfortunately, that free's not coming out for this bottom side. It's going to mean that Maokai able to pick up quite a bit of CS here, whereas the largely frozen top side is going to deny a lot of experience from the Singed. Of course, with that melee range, not going to be able to get too much done here. Going to largely be zoned even out of the experience, possibly. And we're seeing, of course, with that stun channeled as well, Orianna just getting with an auto range from Annie, gonna force her to step way back there. Maokai again hanging around there, getting a little bit of a better start here than this Singed, though not really as much as I would have thought, given that they did, of course, facilitate this lane swap. But hold that thought, because that's a lot of damage. There's the chompers as well. Singed so low, and that's going to be the flash forward for the first blood onto Jinx, and oh my god, this is exactly what was expected here by this Workday team. Unfortunately, that flash is going to be going insane. There is the Rens, and that is going to be Callista getting it out of there, I should say, with herself alive. But there's Kha'Zix here for the counter gank, so much damage, and with that ignite coming out from Annie, that's going to be enough damage to get a kill. Now 2-1 in kills while all this action happened everywhere on the map here. But of course, very critically onto that Jinx to get her rolling. This has been something that has worked for Workday in the past. If they can get that Jinx running, if they can get her in a situation, especially where she can get a first blood, she's going to be an absolute monster in this game. Going to be able to ramp even quicker into that late game hyper carry version of herself that we all know and love, depending if you're a Jinx player or not. But Thresh going to be going on ward duty, as of course we see stronger coming up to the top lane to try and provide a little bit of relief here. Will spot out the ward in the tri-brush. As Thresh actually going to go on ward duty himself here. Will spot out that pink ward. Should be able to clear that out without too much problem here. Ziny going to be going back. Going to opt to get that second Doran's ring along with the Fiendish Codex here to try and get a little bit of a stronger start on this Orianna, add a little bit of pressure in there. And those are the Flame Chompers coming out again. Unfortunately, it looks like the minions soaked up that zap. But Thresh looking for more here. Possibly could have landed a hook, but Jinx content to just simply go back to farming there, not really push her luck there. Going to be enjoying that first blood advantage. Not worried too much about that, of course. Still sitting on only the Doran's Blade right now. Hasn't gone back to invest that just yet. Now we see the advantage here coming out from that mid lane again. Annie with that flash down for that first kill, but it was certainly a strong investment as she's now 7 CS up in addition to that first blood over Orianna. An absolute terrible situation for her, and they're actually opting to send that Morgana top to try and do this 1v1 here in the bottom lane, provide a little bit of relief for that Singed, make it so he actually can get his signature champion here in the top lane farmed up a little bit more to be a threat, but not able to create too much opportunity here in the bottom lane. You know, again, I was a bit surprised to not see a double jungle start here as the facilitators of this lane swap, but it seems to have worked out very well at the start, at least for Maokai, though he did eventually give up that kill. And down the CS now, since the Morgana got a little bit of alleviation for the Singed here. Okay, it does fall a little bit behind that, and Kha'Zix gonna be cleaning up that CS as 3 members in the top lane. Gonna be enough to zone them away here. That should be the top lane turret going down, first turret of the game. But does that mean there will be a dragon coming out? We see Kalista and Skarner hanging around. They're going to be starting off that dragon, trying to answer. Of course, this is the trade that has to be made early game. If you see all those members, especially if there's 3 of them, bringing up the top laner as well to try and get that top lane turret down quickly. Of course, Maokai very content to use that or get that local gold from the turret going down. So that will be the first dragon of the game traded for the top lane outer turret over to this red side here. We see a lot of teams very content with making that trade, and that's reflected, of course, as you can see in that gold disparity right now. A 2.5k gold lead already at 7 and almost 8 minutes into the game. Just so much power can come out of the items that you get from that early gold lead. We see blue buff going over to Orianna there. Gonna help her create a lot of power in that mid lane. Deal with that Annie, make sure she doesn't get too far out of control there. And now we see the normal lanes returning here with that top lane having been taken. Excuse me, having been taken, I should say. Back to normal standard lanes here. Morgana Q going just wide of that Thresh. And right now, of course, there is that even levels here in these 2 lanes, or for these 2 bot laners. We might see an early level 6 come out for one of these supports and spell a strong engagement here. Of course, both do have flash available. I'm stepping forward a little bit here, a little bit of poke coming from that Jinx. As we see the slugfest going on in the top lane as well. That's a lot of damage coming out onto that Kalista. She is quite low right now. Singed, of course, going for that tier first, gonna use make the most out of that passive armor he gets in. I mean, in this game with a Kha'Zix and a Jinx, certainly going to be helpful to have as much armor as possible. You see Maokai doing his best to farm out this wave in the top lane here. Still has a little bit of sustain with those flash charges. We're going to be looking to go back soon, pick up that catalyst for a little bit of extra sustain here. You see the two ADCs right now. Very even right now. But there's a Fate's Call going to be used to engage, but Kha'Zix was right in the area, getting a little bit of a jump, a return jump onto the ADC, and that will be Kalista going down first. Jinx with the speed up, gonna flash away as well, and that should be enough. Yes, Thresh gonna flash play and get the kill. Going to try and give up his life there, and no, actually, that ignite, will it be enough? It doesn't look like it will be enough. Kha'Zix gonna just barely make it out by the skin of his teeth. Under 50 hit points, and now here's Annie. There's the flash tippers we talked about all the time during Champ Select. And there it is, Skarner going down as well. The Lantern gonna provide a safe passage. Actually, no. There it is. Took a little while there, but eventually that will be Skarner going down as well. And all of a sudden, 6-1, Workday bringing their A game to this game. Jinx 2-0-2, Annie 2-0-1, and that Kha'Zix rolling with 1-0-2 with that damage enchantment. With those extra long swords built, gonna be looking to get a lot of damage coming out here. That's exactly, again, what we were talking about here when we said as long as that Annie has that flash available. Looking to try and dodge out the toss, but that's not going to be enough. The Ren will clean her up here. Kha'Zix coming as quickly as he could to try and finish off that Kalista to make sure it wasn't a total loss, but unfortunately not going to be the case here as Kalista able to jump away, keep herself nice and far, prevent that Kha'Zix from going too ham. A minute 30 almost on this dragon. I'm going to see some wards start to come out from both these teams around the dragon pit, and that is so much damage onto Kha'Zix from the Orianna. And it's of course an 0-2 Orianna chunking out Kha'Zix that hard. Not even the Athene's completed, but so much damage already. Jinx looking to try and create some pressure onto this bottom turret. As we see Kha'Zix clearing out those wards, doing his jungler thing. And Annie going to be getting herself a little bit of safety as well, clearing out this green ward with that pink in the river. A fairly forward pink ward as well. Perhaps setting up a possible gank in this middle lane here after Kha'Zix goes back. Completes that brutalizer here. And there's Jinx. She is caught by the Morgana binding, but that will be the Thresh Lantern, lasting just long enough to get her out alive. It's a lot of damage coming into Annie there. Orianna respecting the zoning potential of that Annie. Of course, with her tippers available, the Shockwave available as well, so we might see a very explosive moment in the mid lane as blue buff going to be handed over to Orianna here. Singe going to be doing his best to be that pest that Singe loves to be here. And that's another great binding on to Thresh this time from that Morgana. There's the Fane there, actually going to be pulling in that Kha'Zix as well. Going so low, thinking, oh, it's fine. But then all of a sudden, the Lantern comes out. And there's the Tibbers, bringing that CC again. Kalista fairly low, fairly healthy, not low. The opposite of low, as it were. Kha'Zix, gonna have to be careful there. Kalista looking for some kills here. But Annie, gonna roam right back up. Here's the Q coming out from Annie. If she can just get in range, and she does. And that will be the very tip of the zap. Hitting, picking up another kill on the Jinx, and oh my god, it begins. Unfortunately, Orianna missing the ultimate there as the Twisted Advance came out at the precise moment, but it won't matter in the end. That will be Maokai going down, trying to defend that mid lane turret, but in the meantime, the bot lane turret going down now. 2-0 in turrets. A gold lead that has erupted into nearly 5k at this point in favor of this Workday team. certainly not unanswered, as again, that is the first dragon of the game on this Amazon team here, and they're looking to make that 2. They will spot out this dragon here. Kazik looking to contest here, of course, does have that jump available. Comes in, he looks for the smite. Will he get it? No, Skarner does pick it up, but that will be a lantern out. No summoners needed. He will be making out just fine there. A noble contest here coming from this Workaday Kazakhs, but not going Workaday, I should say. Pardon, I don't know why I keep saying Workaday. I don't know what that's about, but regardless, of course, that's going to be a nice rotation over to this mid lane after forcing the Amazon away from that successful dragon, but the positioning too strong from this Workday team here. Now will be Thresh throwing out that hook time zone Oriana away, and successfully does so as Maokai Blizzard advances there, and with that assassination damage from the Kazakhs, that is going to be too much damage, and Annie able to 1v1 Kalista as well, and all of a sudden this game getting out of control in favor of this Workday team here. They're still looking for more as they linger around this turret here. Maokai quite low right now, does have to be careful even though he is the tanky Maokai we all know and love with that Rod of Ages stacking. Singe looking to try and be annoying, forces the chompers out of Jinx, but she's going to be able to get in range of this turret. Jinx, being the turret destroyer, she is going to chew right through that, and that will be the 4th turret of the game, all going over to this Workday team here. 11-3, 4-0. The only place they're falling behind is those dragons, of course. 2-0 right now. That might be the path for salvation for this Amazon team. If they can try and get those that critical 3rd dragon next, give themselves a little extra movement speed, help them with a little bit better positioning here. And so many wards in the jungle. Sweeping out one right as there's another next to you. Not much you can do about that. As we see, of course, Singe hanging out here in this top lane, trying to create a little pressure with that minion wave, but Jinx is going to be able to soak that all up. And Jinx, of course, with that Infinity Edge completed, Kalista yet to even finish her first Bloodthirster. Does have the components completed, but hasn't had quite the item break she's needed. Good Q to try and force that Thresh away. And with the mobility, Kalista going to be just fine. Excuse me, just fine there, as she's able to hop right away. You know, this is what we were concerned about seeing from the Amazon team here. If they do not get that mid-game lead that starts to open them up to a snowball out of control, will they be able to perform? And it looks like so far, I mean, the answer is not really in their favor. They did fall into a quick deficit early, especially with that Jinx who has just gone insane. And then Annie, of course, going nuts as well, with Kazakhs being involved in a lot of that early skirmishing. I just created the early game pressure to get things going here, and now that Jinx is so far ahead, she's already looking towards that later hyper carry late game. Once Jinx gets that stride, that's just something that's scary, something you don't want to be around. And with that early Infinity Edge completed, with the sitting on that Avarice Blade just generating even more and more gold, putting herself even further ahead as time goes on, as she just sits on that, looking for picks again in their jungle. This is no longer the Amazon jungle. This is lit up like a light bright and is absolutely owned by this Workday team here. As Thresh, beautiful twisted advance there, great chain CC, and they will be landing on all that onto this Singe, who will deny any assist from the Jinx, but not much else, as that will be the first kill of the game for Maokai. Now in a 4v5 situation here, all these members forced up to the top lane to try and defend this turret, leaving Annie alone to shove in that bottom lane. Not the best split pusher around, but certainly able to bring those minions to the turret very quickly with all that AoE. There's Kha'Zix going to be jumping in, using that isolation to create a lot of damage. Unfortunately, the Jinx rocket going a little wide there, thinking that Morgana was going to walk rather than just flash over the wall there, but a good attempt, and that does force them off the turret. Unfortunately, it looks like their rotations not really able to find anything at this point. Oh, and there's the Timbers coming out. Unfortunately, does not get what she needs getting onto that Orianna, but again, with a lot of pressure here, she is going to be able to create an opportunity to get this turret. There's the Orianna ultimate missing as well, and now that will be the turret going down. 5-0, only one inner turret standing for this Amazon team right now, and the dragon coming up in now about 10 seconds. That's going to be the Scuttle Crab into the dragon, and that should be the first dragon of the game going over to this Workday team here, and preventing that third dragon from this Amazon team is going to be absolutely critical at this stage in the game. Here comes Kalista though, as that dragon does get caught up here. Gonna be off and back. Not gonna dive too deep. And of course, with that Bloodthirster completed, gets herself a little extra defensive capabilities. Now we see, of course, that shift completed though. For Jinx so far ahead of Kalista at this stage in the game, despite despite having slightly less CS overall, those kills and those assists, the participation in these team fights, absolutely creating an enormous deficit that, I mean, it's reflected in the overall gold here. If we look at the gold, it's over 8k gold lead in favor of this Workday team. Certainly seen games that have come back from this, that have come back from a deficit much higher than this even. So certainly wouldn't put it past a possible comeback, especially from Amazon. And being true to their name, of course, all it takes is them going a little extra ham here. But that is a lot of damage coming out onto Kha'Zix. So squishy, of course, does now have that Hex Drinker built so he can deal with a lot of that damage coming from Orianna. Of course, Singed as well, bringing a lot of damage to the table. Morgana, not a negligible amount of damage. Looks like the Siege trying to get this out. They're going to also not go all in on it. I'm just going to let the Amazon team here clear this out. That middle lane is pushing, so they're looking to try and catch them out in a rotation in their jungle as they respond to this mid lane push. Not going to be able to do so. The Thresh, good hook there, but it does get sidestepped. Very tense moment here again. Nearly a 10k gold lead right now, 9k gold ahead is this Workday team. So many words. Absolutely not going to let that pink ward get away. And here again, here comes the rotation from this Workday team back up to the top lane here. With that pressure created in the mid lane. So just looking for any opportunity to get some damage in onto these turrets. And of course, pushing that in as much as possible, and Morgana trying to respond to alleviate that pressure if she can. Beautiful cue from Morgana. That's going to be the flash ultimate from Skarner. And he pulled in, but there's the Timbers. Gets Morgana on the way out. And that's a 1-for-1 so far. That is an ultimate, but it's on the two of the less important members, neither of the squishies. And just going to make it out alive is Maokai, and that will be Singed going down a 2-for-1 overall in favor of this Workday team. Now 10 kills in the lead right now. There's a lot of damage actually coming out of that. Having to use the phases amount and active as well. Very confident is that Maokai. Just trying to buy as much time for Jinx as possible to let her wail away on that turret. Which again, we can't emphasize enough here that despite what looks like the story of the game, the 10 kill disparity here in favor of this Workday team, the true story comes down to the turrets. 6-0. All the inner turrets down now. The base barely left uncompromised by this for the Amazon team here. The dragon coming up here in about a minute. We'll see if this is something that Amazon can contest. They are still so far behind at this point. I believe Bliss is sitting on a very significant amount of gold at this point in the game, and she is. But the rest of the members fairly recently spending that gold out. Orianna opting to go for those boots of lucidity. Again, a little more interesting of a choice there, not going for the extra penetration, just wanting to get those abilities out, be able to get those cooldowns so she can reposition. That ball to try and get that ultimate as opportune as possible here. So we see, actually caught out as Orianna. Hold that thought here. We're going to have to jump back just to see that Orianna does make it out. Unfortunately, the Jinx rocket not going to connect, but I do want to see how this starts out here. Orianna seemingly in a safe place. No, there actually is a ward right there, and that is the Flash Tivers. A lot of damage and the Ignite. Everything thrown out. The shield just barely going to keep her alive. 700 hit points right now, and the Jinx ultimate not doing anything really. Hitting the full health team here. Now will force the Orianna back, but she will be able to do so and just head up to that top lane to prevent Maokai from getting too much done. However, that will spell the dragon going over to this Workday team, evening up that score 2-2 now. That dragon is absolutely nuts. Amazon dancing around the borders of their base, so careful right now. Absolutely how they need to be to prevent anything from going wrong here. We see, of course, Kazakhs going back now, going to be able to complete up some items. I do believe, actually, no, going to opt to just head on back out to base here, or out to the field. Already starting to transition to that tankier, more survivable role, so when he can dive in, still has a lot of damage, of course. Brutalizer, Hex Drinker, 80 jungle item, nothing to, you know, not take lightly. I mean, all the armor penetration coming out from him is so much. Hold that thought actually, because taken down is Annie. That's absolutely what they need to see. Starner going in, trying to find somebody. He does end up finding perhaps somebody he wasn't necessarily totally looking for in that Kazakhs, but there is the reset from a lot of that damage coming out. Able to hop back away. Starner Kazakhs very low, but that damage is gonna be both of them falling down, and that will be the ace, yes, coming out for this Workday team. And now, what will they seek to go for at this point? 4 members are available, and he respawning right now. Looks like they're gonna opt to go for the Baron. With all 4 members there, that's gonna be a lot of damage coming out. Still goes fairly slow at this point in the game, but that will be enough damage consistently to get this out, and that is the Baron going over to this Workday team here. Now perhaps with the Baron buff on them, they will be able to crack into the base now. Finally break that inhibitor turret line and push this game out of contesting range for Amazon here again. This is absolutely a dominant game here, but this is not as much that it was a dominant game as it was a capitalization on the vulnerable stages for Amazon. Of course, not a team that never gets behind in the early game, but just a team that always comes back and spirals out of control during the mid game. So absolutely making use of that, picking a team that is able to spiral out of control in the early game themselves. Of course, getting Jinx ahead in her build enough to where she can hit that later game sooner, can become that huge threat sooner, getting Kha'Zix fed to where he can absolutely snowball all these lanes, create tons of kill opportunities, and then Annie, putting Annie ahead, something you never want to see if you're up against that Annie. Now, of course, looking to complete that Void Staff on our next back for a little extra penetration as well. There is going to be a lot of minions with them right now. We'll see if they're able to defend this turret. That's actually Maokai going to be going on in with a twisted advance, and Kalista going to be going down here. And that will be Singed going down as well. Morgana down as well. And that's the full ace. Only Annie lost for that. And that's got to be the game here. Going over to Workday. As we see the GG's coming out, the inhibitors going down. Yes, that certainly will be the game right now. Absolutely impressive game 2 here from Workday. We are going to be heading on to game 3 of this quarterfinal matchup here. Who will advance to the semifinals? We'll find out in game 3 here. But goodness gracious, again, let's take a moment to analyze exactly what happened here. This is just exactly what Workday needs to do. They need to find an opportunity for themselves to get ahead early and spiral in the mid game. If they find a composition like this that can pull that off, they're definitely going to be able to capitalize on what seems to be Amazon's only moment of weakness, which is that they can fall a bit behind in the early game, and they need that mid-game comeback. They need that mid-game series of kills to get themselves ahead, and that becomes the style of game they're used to playing. They're used to playing a game once they hit the later mid-game where they have created enough opportunities to themselves where they can go a little bit more aggressive, capitalize on that early advantage they've built, or slight advantage they've built, I should say, and then go out of control themselves. But if they can stem that, the play style of Amazon will work against them, and that's exactly what happened in this game, where Kha'Zix, again, 8-0-6, Jinx, 6-0-10. This is exactly what they wanted to see coming out of this Workday team. Get that Jinx, get her snowballing ahead, get a champion in the jungle that can create opportunities for the rest of the teams. I mean, Annie, 4-4-6. Doesn't seem super impressive, but when we look at the damage totals, second most damage for her team over an Assassin Kha'Zix who went insane. She put out enormous amounts of damage throughout the game. More, I believe, yes, more than any member on the Amazon team at all. So, a very solid game here. And I think in game 2, at the start of this game, we didn't see any changes in the pick bans. From the bans coming out of Amazon. I think after this game, we're definitely going to see some swapping of the bans here, because that Kha'Zix cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of this Workday team again. Otherwise, we might very well see just a repeat of this game. And I mean, well, I'm very interested in what's going to be happening here. So without further ado, let's hop into game 3, the final match of this quarterfinal series. Of course, stay tuned to After Hours Gaming League at the website displayed on your screen, afterhoursgaming.tv, to keep up with all the schedules, see what pairings are coming up next week in the semifinals, I should say, after we finish off all our games here. But without further ado, we will be hopping in to the next game. So for all you lovely streamers, stay tuned. And for everyone else, I will see you in game 2. Or excuse me, in game 3. So with that, we are going to have Game 3 coming out. Amazon will be back on the blue side now. I'll be interested to see how this pick ban, as I alluded to, again, some funniness in chat going down right now, but how this pick ban phase changes for Amazon. It seems like there was a composition of a series of pick bans that worked out for this team, especially, perhaps more importantly, than the pick ban for them, or than the bans for them, were the picks for them. It seems like they got champions that they could really utilize with their style that also sort of counterplayed the style of that Amazon team here. And we'll see if they can replicate that again in Game 3. Of course, all the cards are on the line. This is the game that decides if they will be going to the semifinals next week, or if they will be forever locked in this round of 8 here in these quarterfinals. Alright, we are about to hop into this game. So without further ado, let's go find out what the pick ban phase of Game 3 will be looking like here. But first, a quick intro to Game 3. Hello everyone, and welcome to Game 3 of the After Hours Gaming League quarterfinal matchup between, on the blue side, Amazon, and on the red side, again, Workday. This is, as we see, Weekday, affectionately named here in the actual game title here for this lobby, but it actually is Workday here. First ban coming out is going to be that Vi. Ban's unchanged so far for this Amazon team. A little confident in that, respectful of the Vi potential coming out from Workday, and that Sejuani, again, of course, going to be instantly banned out here. Not going to risk that being first picked away. As, of course, Amazon will not hesitate to do so. That's going to be the Kazakhs. Absolutely agree with that ban. The Kazakhs showed up huge for Workday in Game 2. So a lot of respect being shown to that potential on Kazakhs here, as Anivia is banned out. By Workday here. See what the final ban is going to be coming out from Amazon here. And it will be Annie being banned out. So what does that mean as far as Amazon is concerned with their first pick? Might we see that Jinx coming out to try and first pick that away? Of course, Jinx did show up very strong in that last game. And there's a Scion ban going to be coming out again, respecting that Scion jungle we saw earlier in the series. But now here's the all-important first pick, and it's going to be Gragas. going to be first picking away that Gragas. In game 1, of course, we did see that Gragas coming out. And then it was banned away in game 2. Some respect there being shown to that Gragas potential. Now it's going to be immediately picked up. But of course, here's what happens when you first pick that Gragas away. That Jinx going to be hovered out here. I would be very surprised if she isn't going to be locked in here, especially after she showed up so strong in that last game. Of course, it always helps when you get first blood on a hyper carry to make her look really strong. But with that LeBlanc cover as well, now that is going to be a Thresh switch up here as that is locked in. And we will be seeing a Thresh Jinx bot lane coming out for this Workday team here. We'll see if that Jinx can get as good of a start as she got last game. And again, most likely going to be locked in, looking for the 2v2 here against that Thresh with those black shields and spell shields. No, actually, as soon as I say that, of course, going to opt to change it, possibly Janna. A little bit stronger disengage for the team. That would certainly be helpful with that Gragas, of course, being able to use that Janna just for disengage, uses the Gragas fully for engage opportunity there with that Sivir ultimate. Going to be able to position people, and we will see if that Sivir pickup is a hint towards a later Hecarim pickup in the top lane. Of course, with that Trinity Force spike coming out in that mid game, that might exactly be what this Amazon team wants on the blue side. To ensure that they can hit that momentum and spiral out of control as needed. The Teemo hover coming out for the good cheers of all you people at home watching the stream. For that Pantheon hover, that possible Pantheon jungle, we'll see if that Pantheon does get locked in here, along with Teemo. Actually locked in is the Teemo. Oh my god, actually locked in is the Teemo. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone, people. We're seeing that Teemo locked in. At this point in the game, I mean, I wasn't totally dismissive, as it is theoretically possible. Gragas and Sivir, of course, people who do rely on auto attacks for a lot of consistent damage. But wow, locking in that Teemo, totally blind as to what lane he'll be going into. A very confident Teemo pickup. Wow, I'm just so impressed here. That Mundo going to be snagged up here for the top lane. Possibly for the jungle as well, actually. And as I see a pick here, or a notice coming out, there we go. Teemo is a proxy. Woo! Okay, I was very surprised by that Teemo pickup. That is actually a Maokai. Alright, good. That, whew. I was a very bold pickup into a blind lane matchup. But no, that is going to be a Maokai going into the top lane here. But regardless, that Pantheon is locked in. So we're going to see, again, coming from this Workday team, a composition that looks to get some early kills and snowball, press on that early game, try and see if they can find a weakness for this Amazon team here. And if they can capitalize on a weaker early game, they can build momentum into the early game, or into the mid game, I should say, and create an opportunity for that mid game to get something that is too much for Amazon to come back from. With that, Orianna as well locked in the middle lane, we're going to see the Pantheon jumping into the middle of the team here, either with that ultimate or just with that gap close, and that Orianna ball going to be able to be thrown on him use as, of course, the infamous ball delivery system as we spoke of last game, and hopefully be able to get off some very big AoE ultimates from Oriana here, especially as the game goes on. But again, what we're looking to see primarily is whether or not this Jinx can get ahead, whether or not this Pantheon can get ahead. If Jinx can get ahead, well, I mean, that spells doom. I mean, this is a matchup where Jinx shouldn't be able to get ahead very easily. Sivir should be able to bully Jinx very strong in lane here. Be able to shove those waves in very quickly, create a lot of pressure. And, you know, that is why I might expect to see another lane swap coming out of this Workday team. Again, it did work last game here, though the blue side, of course, will be a bit more keen to it now that they experienced it last game with a similar composition. Of course, that Jinx and Maokai again snatched up for this Workday team. Would not be surprised to see that coming out again here, and I do not believe that Hamzon would be either. In a quick moment during the lull in the action, I want to say hello, Peter Beach. Welcome to chat. Greetings, traveler. Hope you're having a good time. All my live streamers, hope you're having a great time hanging out in chat. Again, this is game 3 of this series. It all comes down to this now in a best of 1. Whoever pulls out the victory now will proceed in the After Hours Gaming League to the semifinals, or excuse me, the semifinals next week. You know, again, when I was speaking with the captains for these two teams earlier this week, Workday did say, you know, that Jinx, if they can get Jinx on their team, they can get an opportunity for her to get farmed up, to start to hit her stride, to get a couple kills here and there around the map during some team fights, accelerate her into that late game. They feel confident they can beat anybody with that Jinx. The question is whether or not she's going to be shut out. If Jinx gets shut out and slowed down, that acceleration gets stopped, she's going to be a non-factor during the mid-game. And again, that is where Hamzon really shines here. So I would not be surprised to see Gragas paying a lot of attention to whichever lane Jinx ends up in here, whether it's a lane swap or not. I would not be surprised to see that Gragas rotated around wherever Jinx goes, because shutting her down is going to be very critical. I mean, of course, shutting Pantheon down is going to be very critical as well, but that's a little tricky to do. It's going to be more of trying to play a little bit safer here, and of course, looking at the composition as well, this is a team that can play safer against Pantheon. Cho'Gath, not the fastest champion, but does have that AoE silence for if Oriana tries to come in with a lot of follow-up damage to Pantheon. It does have that Q, which can be used to force a disengagement if you use that to zone properly. Sivir with that spell shield, Janna, the queen of disengage, going to be a fairly safe lane there. And Mundo, a little bit more vulnerable, especially pre-6 Mundo. Perhaps the most vulnerable lane right now for this Hamzon team. But Mundo, of course, always has the opportunity to farm from long range with those cleavers. If he feels a little uncomfortable, if this team isn't sure where Pantheon is in the jungle, if they're not sure, hey, is this Pantheon looking to farm up early to hit an item break and then gank a lane, or is he going to try and do some earlier ganks? Mundo can just let that wave push to him. Maokai, of course, will have that in mind too. Certainly not be looking to spam his abilities to shove in a Mundo. Want to keep that Mundo as vulnerable as possible before he hits 6. But, I mean, Mundo doesn't shove the lane if he doesn't want to. And Mundo, of course, goes where he pleases, so he can shove that lane right up to the turret and hang out there if he wants. But he will put himself a little bit more vulnerable to that Pantheon, and the only way he has to get out is that slow from the cleavers to try and walk away there. Of course, with that Ghost, he will be able to walk away fairly speedily. But we'll see if that's going to be enough to keep him safe here. As we see the workday hype in chat here. Move some of these around really quick here. Alright, there we go. Standard items coming out. Oh, a pause right off the bat here. So we're going to wait just for a moment. Standard items picked up so far, of course, the flask for that Maokai, the Mundo, with that Doran shield for that extra health early on. Just a little bit of survivability, of course, with the passive of that Doran shield as well. Always nice to have on that Mundo. Always nice to have on a top laner in general, really. Alright, and we do see the play resuming now. Getting back into that, so the ping's already called out on the map for this Amazon team here, looking for some defensive positioning here on the blue side, or excuse me, on the red side of their jungle. Perhaps predicting an invade, looking to try and catch us out, and Gragas will be spotting this out again. He does, of course, see them coming in, and as again, Mundo throwing that cleaver out, knowing they're there, able to slow them down, make sure nothing too insane happens, throw down a ward himself, actually opting to not clear out that ward, looking for some kills. Pantheon does jump up to stun somebody, but taking so much damage already, and the fight is broken out. Level 1 carnage. This is a game 3 if I've ever seen one here, and that will be the flashes, and the Sivir Boomerang picks up the first blood. Let's jump back one moment here to keep an eye on the action. As we see that Orianna going solo, flashing. Sivir, beautiful shot there, just having no fear, knowing exactly where that Orianna would flash to. And that's going to be the first blood onto Sivir. Not what you want to see if you're this workday team here. This is exactly what you needed to avoid. Gonna force the flash as well from Maokai, but there's so much slow from the business coming out. Unfortunately, that kill does go over to the Janna auto attacks confirmed OP. But the Mundo giving them the business, and that is going to be 2 kills to start this off with a 1k gold deficit. First blood onto Sivir. And wow, I mean, that is gotta hurt for this workday team here. They do not want, the whole strategy here was to make sure that they could get a matchup where this Amazon team didn't spiral out of control. And starting off with an invade they facilitated here, going that horribly wrong. I mean, that's so painful to see. It's really going to be up to these laners for the workday team now to really prove themselves. And hey, you know, we've played a little bit in situations where things haven't necessarily worked out as favorably as possible for us. I mean, workday, again, speaking with them earlier this week, as Thresh looks for this hook here, you should be able to land it. I'm not sure how much damage is going to be followed up. No W yet available for that Orianna. Oh, almost stolen away as the blue buff. Janna being as much of a pest as possible. Jinx, of course, does get her lane swap here as Thresh, after trying to create that pressure in the 2v1 lane, will eventually roam back up to that top side. Mundo does need to be a little careful here. Jinx, not necessarily with the highest kill pressure onto a Mundo, but Janna stepping forward, getting those auto attacks in. Oh, always love to see that spell thief procced as much as possible in that early game. But yes, we do need to see whether or not these laners can handle this. As I've heard from the workday team, they're very comfortable in situations where they lose kills early on and come back. You know, that's a style they're used to playing with. Of course, they would prefer to have a game like Game 2 where they don't give up kills early and just spiral out of control themselves. But they aren't unfamiliar with playing from behind, and they are very comfortable with doing so. So if they can, Maokai taking so much damage from that harassment from Sivir there. If they can really show their proficiency in this game of playing from behind, I mean, again, that 1k gold lead from the start of the game, that's very painful to deal with here. That's going to take a lot of discipline to handle properly. And if they can really do so, this will be a very earned victory here. Proof of concept that they don't need to go insane at the start. They can handle themselves even if they get a bit of a failed invade. And if, you know, if you're going to want to make it to the finals of AHGL, you've got to be able to handle any situation. The beautiful hero minion from the caster minion there, saving that Mundo from the hook. But yeah, if you're going to go for those sort of more riskier starts, like those invades, to try and get that deep vision, to try and secure your lane swaps, you need to be able to handle yourselves if it goes wrong. If the enemy team knows it's coming, they prepare for it, and they can react accordingly. Well, I thought the Q does step forward to avoid the first Cho'Gath Q, but that's not going to be enough, as the flash from the Fat Man gonna be able to body slam himself into a kill for that Cho'Gath. And looking at the CS disparities already, actually going aggressive is Maokai, but bit off way more than he can chew. The return bouncing blade not going to be enough. Going to make it out with sub 20 hit points. Wow, Janna not able to flash there. The flash not available. Definitely would have gone for that flash auto for the hero Janna play, but not going to have it open to her. So Maokai barely going to make it out alive there. And this absolutely does not seem like a team that we saw in the previous game where they were able to dominate that early and mid game. It seems like they're really going to have an uphill battle here. You know, again, 2k gold doesn't sound like much, but when it's 2k gold at sub 6 minutes in the game, it's certainly painful. This Jinx and Thresh doing their absolute best to poke this Mundo out as much as possible. Try and force him to be zoned. Create a little bit of balance for the situation with Maokai in their lane swap here. The CS largely even between those two thus far. Thresh actually thinking of 2 turrets hits there. As we see Cho'Gath now with that feast available, going to be starting up those stacks as quickly as possible. Trying to get as tanky as he can, opting to go for the Catalyst first there for a little extra sustain in lane. Make sure nothing insane happens with that Orianna. You know, this is just a very unfortunate turn of events for this Workday team here. You see Cho'Gath doing his best to harass down that Orianna, I should say. But yeah, this is just such an unfortunate turn of events with that Pantheon. I mean, this is somebody who particularly looks to be in lane as much as possible. Try and harass people down, camp people out, get their lanes ahead. I mean, even if he's able to pull off a successful gank once or twice, that would just even up the lanes at this point. And that's not what Pantheon needs. Pantheon needs lanes he can go to snowball himself off of the assists. And, I mean, when your team is this far behind, it's going to be a struggle to get them back into this. And again, you know, 3 kills isn't the end of the world by any means. But when you're in a position where 2 of those kills were every champion has at least 2 kills they participated in. Most of them have 3. That gold distribution is so lopsided in every lane. I mean, it's just a nightmare to have to deal with at this point. See that Q. Not going to be able to land this time from Cho'Gath here. Some good defensive play so far from that Orianna, opting to go for the double Doran's ring to get a little bit more survivability in the laning phase here. Going to get that slow on a Cho'Gath, should be able to land the CC from this Thresh, especially if he's going that way. Oh no! Flashes into the tip of the hook. Does miss that Q as well. So that is going to be a very successful roam there from Leg Hack, from that support on this Workday team. That's going to be very helpful here. Of course, Cho'Gath with that Flash Feast is something that you have to be very respectful of. All that true damage coming out. You gotta worry that Orianna, but now that the Flash is down, you're going to have a lot more safety in that laning phase to be able to farm up and not be too concerned about Cho'Gath. But of course that does mean that they're going to opt to go for that dragon, seeing again his top lane still up here trying to beat down that Mundo, but Mundo with that ultimate now available, not going to worry about it at all. They will get the timer off that, seeing the Mundo get enchanted with that dragon stack. But this is again unlike last game, no turret traded yet for that dragon. And Mundo doing his best to fend them off of this top turret. He is hooked up here. And that is quite a bit of damage, but again, do not be deceived, for that ultimate is available. Maokai is the one who's really in trouble here, as he does go down, and that is another kill onto this Sivir. 4-0. Is this Amazon team here, as they're going to look to shove into this bot lane as well. So despite getting this turret in the top lane, we'll see if there's a response, and in fact there shall be. So no dragon trade for turret here, just a trade turret for turret, and that, you know, that is certainly a trade that Workday is comfortable making at this point. They're just looking for ways to even up this gold as much as possible here. So trading turret 1 for 1, especially in a position that's favorable for them, something they're going to be fine with. But unfortunately, this is not that situation. You know, losing that bottom lane turret earlier in the game would create too much opportunity for deep vision to come out here to out-position people in their jungle to get those deep wards. And I mean, we already see for Amazon, looking at this part of the jungle, those deep rewards coming out already. So seeing that happening, Amazon has sort of put the second game out of their mind. They know they're focused on what happened this game. They're ready to adapt to this situation, and now that they've got a lead, they're going to do what Amazon does best. They're going to capitalize on that lead. They're going to make sure they get ahead and stay ahead here in this mid game. And any fights around the dragon are to be highly cautious for this Workday team, because again, that is entering Amazon's wheelhouse here. This Mundo going to be giving this Maokai the business. Lots of damage coming out. The Thresh Lantern gonna save him, but that's just a show of how strong the lead is at this point in the game for this Amazon team. Maokai had half his life chunked out by a Mundo. I mean, that's so impressive. It speaks to the amount of power that they have. Pantheon hanging in the wings here, looking for an opportunity to use that Grand Skyfall. I mean, all of them are grouped up here. If they get to the turret, they can look for an opportunity to fight this out. And we do see the teleport coming in from Mundo. Here comes the Skyfall. Not going to land on anybody. That is a beautiful belly slam. And that's a good hook on Mundo as well, but not the target they want. So squishy at this point in the game are these members. They do get the Mundo first, but then immediately lose that Maokai. And the barrel gets two. Beautiful shot there from Gragas. Overall a 4 for 1. And this looks like the Amazon team we all know. As soon as those team fights start to break out at the very start of the mid game, they use that advantage they somehow always manage to create in the early game, and they begin the spiral out of control. 8-1 now are the kills. This will be 3-1 as far as turrets are concerned. The only dragon of the game going over to Amazon. And just like that, the gold lead has become a nearly 6k gold lead, 5.5k right now, in favor of Amazon. Only a single kill on that Pantheon, of course, perhaps the most critical at this point in the game. absolutely reliant on those early power spikes to make sure that he can remain relevant into the mid game and hopefully the late game as well. So not the worst person to have that kill onto by any means, but to have him as the only kill. There's a good hook onto that Shogath, a lot of damage coming out. Maokai, even with the ultimate running, chunked out so hard here, looking to possibly be a ball delivery system, but is going to take the Lantern out. A lot of damage on Sivir. Somehow Sivir survives. Cannot believe that she survived that. So much damage on a Gragas though. That will be Gragas going down. There's a kill onto Orianna. There's a flash forward on Orianna, and there's the trade there. As a shutdown gold coming off of Cho'Gath there. Gonna definitely be helping out this team get back into the game here. You know, with that, Rod of Ages completed just now for Cho'Gath, with a lot of gold spent on this back, off of those kills rather. I mean, seeing 8-1 in that score obviously moves you forward, wanting to try and press your advantage, try and get those kills. But if you don't take the time to back and invest that gold into an item that's just a number sitting there on your screen, you know, it's not actually something that creates a decided advantage. Now that they've spent these items, the next team fight, of course, is going to be much more hotly, much less hotly contested, I should say, and should be well into Amazon's corner. But perhaps overstaying when they could have backed and spent some gold, got some stacks working on that Rod of Ages. You know, got some earlier tankiness built up sooner on that Mundo. Have those team fights break out only at favorable times for you. I mean, you're dictating the pace here as Amazon in this game right now. You still have the 3.5k gold lead. You still have the turret advantage. Albeit only by 1 at this point, but still a turret advantage in your favor. So definitely force that issue. Make them play your game right now. It's a beautiful hook onto the server, but unfortunately Cho'Gath's right there. Definitely not going to be an engagement they want to take here. The shield does block out most of that damage, but there's the Feast Ignite, decimating that threat. The Chomper's trying to peel for Orianna, but not going to be enough, unfortunately. Being an AD carry, not the best ability to peel for another carry on her team. That's going to be a 2 kills there coming out, and probably a dragon here. Pantheon does have smite available, but gonna definitely think better of hopping into those 4 members, especially when Mundo has that teleport available. Just gonna have to give up that second dragon. And again, you know, we see a possibility right now for the team fight starting to go creep into that position where it might not necessarily be super one-sided. Despite obviously those kills being heavily in favor of Sivir in that ADC comparison, Jinx technically has the item advantage right now. So if they can find an opportunity here, that's why I don't necessarily dislike this choice to fight. And there's a beautiful ultimate there. They do catch out the Janna. Beautiful shot there with the Jinx zap. Exactly what they needed there. They do need to be cautious right now, but there's the Grand Skyfall keeping them in their area, but does get feasted down. There's Maokai, but there's the damage, lots of damage. Jinx getting those resets, and there will be no second reset there from Jinx, but that is a 3-for-1 overall. And now living up to their reputation of feed and somehow still win. Workday looking to make the most out of this. Cho'Gath coming in, looking to try and get damage. That does force the heal out of Jinx. A lot of damage though. Cho'Gath needs to be careful here. Thresh does flash hook, and that's another kill. Those stacks absolutely mowed down now. Good shot from the zap there, but it is spell shielded by Sivir. And wow, just like that, that's what was needed for this Workday team here. That gold lead shrunk, absolutely shrunk right now. Down to, I mean, it sounds funny to say, but down to more around 4K. If they can continue to punish again, as we were saying during that fight, Sivir actually, despite obviously being ahead of Jinx overall, did not have that invested in items. Jinx actually had the item advantage at the outbreak of that fight. And that seems to be what's happening with this Amazon team here. They're not going back when they have the opportunity to do so to press their new item advantage. They don't do so. They stay. They try and get a little bit more kills. Find a little bit more opportunity to press an advantage a little bit deeper. And while it's certainly something you want to do while you're ahead, if you do that, it opens up an opportunity that maybe you're overextending a little bit here. Maybe there's a little bit of a misplay opportunity or a catch potential for this Workday team. And again, it's not like this Workday team is someone to not be taken seriously here, as we see that gorgeous Baron animation as he jumps around here. Beautiful. But yeah, the reason they got out of control and never let up in that last game is they know how to punish. You know, they will absolutely take any inch you give them and turn it into a mile. So, looking to do that here, and again, those evening up that gold lead is what they need to do right now. Lots of wards coming out around this Baron. I do have to question that heavy investment, though. I doubt there's going to be a Baron take right now. Mundo does bring vision on the rest of his team here. This red buff being contested. Lots of damage coming out right now. Jinx wailing away in the back lines. Maokai right in the thick of things, though. Lots of damage coming onto him. The Thresh not able to get around, but that's a 3-man Orianna ultimate. But there's the AoE silence on the 4 people from Cho'Gath. Beautiful flash silence from Cho'Gath. Worth his weight in gold right now, and that is a huge champion. That is a lot of gold. Oh my goodness gracious, that was beautiful counterplay. Again, a 3-man Orianna ultimate was great, and all of a sudden I got hyped. I was like, oh my gosh, is this that moment? Is there going to be another engagement that works out in the favor of this Workday team? But no, the Cho'Gath, Hero Cho'Gath, no hesitation, flash in, AoE silence, stop whatever follow-up was coming, and then all of a sudden, this team able to follow up here, follow that Cho'Gath in, and create that huge advantage for them in that team fight. And now, the gold lead reset to what it was minutes ago. Cho'Gath very threatening on that Thresh there. Thresh not looking to take it. That's a lot of damage from Jinx, and she does get him. That's another kill. Again, staying a little bit too long, trying to take some jungle camps on the way out. Workday not letting themselves fall to a defeatist mentality here, even after they do. I mean, that's the flash silence from Cho'Gath. That's just a symptom of being behind that much in the game right now. There's nothing you can do about that. They don't let it get to them. They say, okay, whatever, you've got the kill there. You're a team that has been, so far this game, getting those kills, getting those advantages, and then not using them properly. So we're going to punish you. We're going to respawn. We're going to come diving into our own jungle, and we're going to get you. We're going to knock those Cho'Gath stacks off. And again, that is absolutely critical. Looking at Cho'Gath for just a moment here. He's back down to 3 stacks. So, I mean, cutting those stacks in half, that's so helpful to prevent this team from spiraling out of control. That is by far one of the largest spiral mechanics on this team. Perhaps second only to Mundo, who's just looking to stack as much health as possible here. But if they can continue to get those kills on a Cho'Gath, continue to keep him with a smaller number of stacks, it'll be more easy to kill. He won't be able to be that huge frontline tank. Of course, when you have Mundo and Gragas, it's not like you need him to be the hugest frontline tank for your team. But if he's your damage mage for the team, and seeing that he's going for that Zhonya's, for that death cap, he's going to more damage Cho'Gath build here. not as off tank as we see a lot of Cho'Gaths go. So, of course, going mid lane Cho'Gath, that is far more common to bring that damage out. But if you can keep him on those low feast stacks, that means he's going to be a lot more vulnerable here. He's going to be a lot more killable. And if you can kill that Cho'Gath, you can prevent him, or even just, if you can not necessarily kill him, but if you can keep him from having those stacks get too far out of control, you can keep him in a killable range, but when he tries to flash in and get a feast on you, he's going to be very vulnerable. And as we saw the action here, breaking out, beautiful ultimate from that Gragas. Unfortunately, that Orianna ultimate only on Mundo, absolutely not the person you want to be ulting. And that's going to cost them the turret here. 6th turret of the game, going over to this Amazon team. The hook from Thresh there, forcing the spell shield out from Sivir at the last moment. Unfortunately, hook just out of range. Might have actually got to Sivir before that spell shield went up, but now we see taking that turret, leaving some wards on their path out, and going back to buy. That's exactly what this Amazon team needs to do right now. You need to go back, invest that gold they just got, keep their lead substantial, make sure the next team fight that breaks out, they still have as much of a lead. Cho'Gath looking for a sneaky attack here. He does land that, and there's the full combo with that and the ignite. That's going to be a kill on a Cho'Gath. So much damage output from Cho'Gath. Okay, actually looking to be caught out here. That is the slow being brought out from the Janna. Going to be enough to keep him in range, make sure he goes down, and now that's 2 members just being caught out. And that is not something that they can allow on this Workday team here. I mean, just trying to be out in their own lanes right now is no longer safe. And I mean, it sucks, there's nothing you can do about it. But you just have to sort of accept that and cede some things, you know? Otherwise, you're going to allow an opportunity for this Amazon team to do what they're doing right now, where they force you to cede even more. They take those, they punish you for those kills, and they take that turret. Now the base, I mean, being compromised at this stage in the game. Something, again, that this Workday team cannot afford to do. So we see, looking very briefly just at the map, so many deep wards here for this Amazon team, and a lot of defensive wards coming out as well for this team on the red side, but you know, there's a limit to what you can do. The 3 sweepers already out, 2 of them upgraded at this point. This battle of vision, absolutely one that Amazon is winning right now. Again, beautiful ultimate on the Maokai, but that's a great ultimate from Orianna, just not enough damage at this point. Orianna not with that death capture speed. It does have that penetration. But here's the Sivir ultimate. There's the flash from Cho'Gath, the Q into the feast. Gonna be enough, and that's Jinx going down as well. Thresh trying to be a hero, throwing down the box. Giving himself a little extra shield here. That will be the middle lane inhibitor going down. It looks like gonna play it safe as Amazon. Gonna just fall back here. Possibly go to that Baron. As we see, starting to get demoralized here is the Workday team, thinking that they possibly could have finished there. Amazon definitely going to play it safe though. Game 3, you're taking into the quarterfinals. Last thing you want to do is think you can beat some respawn timers, overextend a little bit, get ace, and then give up a Baron. That's definitely the safer play here. Going to draw things out a little bit longer, but Jinx ultimate not coming out quick enough there. Fortunately, that Baron long gone. You see the heartbreak in the lane. You know, right now, Amazon hanging out there. We see, of course, the red pot on the Sivir here. Taking their time, taking the Baron buff, setting up for their dragon, what would be their 4th dragon of the game, to make sure even if something does go wrong, they can always contest a 5th dragon. Absolutely shut out of dragons this game is the Workday team. There comes the Righteous Glory. Not able to find Jinx, but they are able to find Maokai, who again is surprisingly squishy at this stage in the game. Not looking to press for anything. Want to get this bottom lane, but unfortunately the minions pushing so heavily against them right now. That is buying a lot of time for the Workaday team, both bot and top lane, pushing so hard on their own right now. That will be a little bit of invasion going on, picking up that blue jungle camp. Well, red jungle camp with the blue buff, as it were. See the defensive ward still coming out from this Workday team here. Not going to go down without a fight. They are 12k behind at this point, but if they can find a way to cap some people out, delay this fight as long as possible, they might be able to find a way to come back into this game. I certainly wouldn't put it past them. If there's a team that can do it, it is them. They are going to have to give up the spot lane inhibitor, though. With so many Baroned up minions, absolutely no way they can contest this. Unfortunately, Mundo, having brought that wave with him into the top lane, they're simply going to rotate around, try and take this top lane turret. Actually, boldly going to go through the base. Just challenging Workday here. This is Amazon saying, hey, you know, come, we're in your base. This is our base now. If you want to defend these turrets, you come and get us. Maokai throwing up the ultimate. And twist and advance onto the Cho'Gath. So much damage already. The Orianna ultimate doesn't land onto any of the squishies. Jinx doing her best. Lots of damage here. Actually, Jinx putting in a lot of work there with those ranged rockets, but in the end, not going to be enough. No, she does get the shutdown onto Cho'Gath as well. Trying to dodge out that sneaky ghost, but only able to do so much. Jinx, wow, the crit coming out from that AD carry and Sivir. Putting in absolutely massive work there. With so much damage from that Orianna QW. They might actually be able to defend here. Thresh with those home guards looking pretty scary, but at the same time not afraid. Actually, Sivir, the flash, not going to be enough. All of a sudden, here comes the grand Skyfall. The Janna, too much disengage though. Mundo able to throw out the business, but here's the Maokai. The backs, not going to be enough. Janna trying to channel as long as possible, but will be tied down here. Mundo going to try and give this Maokai the business, is able to do so. That speed up coming out from Orianna. The flash actually going to save Janna's life here. The great escape from Mundo and Janna going to be pulled out. And that is a defense here from this Workday team. The mid lane inhibitor has respawned, so there will not be double super minions coming out any longer. But with that 4 dragons to none, perhaps an even more concerning proposition is drawing near. Iron Sheep's so tanky at this point in the game right now. So much health built up. We're going to go for that Warmogs next as well. With the absolute most out of that single ultimate. Pantheon just diving straight in. Beautiful ultimate, just chunk out. Orianna getting so deep into the game now that she's doing so much damage even onto the tanking members. Unfortunately, again, not the members she wants, but the members she will take. As that fight breaks out here, Jinx forced to run away so low, not able to do the consistent DPS like we've seen in the other fights where they've suddenly turned around into favor, and that boomerang will finish her off. Double kill onto Sivir, barely dodging out the base laser, but that is going to be the game in the end. Finally closed out by Amazon Hamzon. A very scrappy finish to the game, fighting as you would expect a team with their championship hopes on the line here. Was, of course, Workday, but in the end, not able to pull it out. Amazon Hamzon, too much of a lead in the early game, not able to be answered, and that's going to be the game going over to Amazon Hamzon as they are promoted into the quarterfinals next week. Looking briefly at these scores, Cho'Gath came up very strong in this game. Again, 13, 4, and 10. The stacks, he was able to soak up so much damage with almost no resistances, just a bit of armor built. He was taking a lot of damage, relying very much on those stacks, and despite 4 deaths, they were not able to keep him down enough to make him squishy enough for his positioning in the front line to be punished. Mundo, of course, hit his stride there, went insane with that Warmogs. Sivir 11, 1, and 13. Again, just another demonstration of another champion for Amazon Hamzon in the AD carry position that just isn't answered, is just destroyed here. Or just destroys, rather. And, you know, I mean, this is Janna, again, 1, 2, and 22. So proficient on Janna is the support here. Looking at the score damage totals for a moment as well. 33k damage on Sivir. It certainly was answered by that Orianna, putting out a lot of damage with those ultimates, but the game just didn't hit late enough. They were so close. Jinx had almost 4 items completed with the boots. Orianna had her core 3 items completed, especially with that ability to do a lot of damage to that Mundo to counteract all that healing he does. But they just couldn't hang on long enough. It was so close. They were almost at a point where they could start to stem the tide, I would say, of this wave that became Amazon Hamzon. But at the end of the day, they just simply weren't able to do it, and that's going to be the game going over to Amazon Hamzon, who will proceed in Game 3 into the next round next week here in the After Hours Gaming League. I hope that the streamers who are watching this are not having the same problems I have. I don't know what the issue is with this stream. It is absolutely terrible quality and keeps loading. But for those of you who are watching later afterwards, thank you for watching. Of course, you can go to the lovely website on your screen here, afterhoursgaming.tv, to see all the casts, all the schedules for your favorite teams, who they're going to be coming up against next week. And to my lovely streamers, thank you for watching live. Of course, we will have a game later today at 3 o'clock. That will be between, let me pull that up really quickly, between Microsoft One and Facebook, a feed story. And for those of you who are watching the recording, feel free to check that match out as well. All these matches that I will cast will be uploaded to this YouTube channel. So feel free to stay tuned here, subscribe if you want to stay tuned, stay in touch with all the games I am casting every Sunday for the After Hours Gaming League. Thank you for watching. I hope you had a great time. Enjoy the rest of your lovely day. And again, a special thank you to the streamers. I appreciate you guys. If there are any problems with the stream, again, I did see some issues on my end. If there are, please say so in chat. Let me know, and I'll see if I can find a way to change something. Look for it doesn't look, I'm not seeing on my encoder any frames dropped, so I think that was just my computer being a little spazzy, but I hope that worked out well for you guys. Again, the next game I'm going to cast is going to be between Microsoft One and Facebook feed story that is happening right now. So do stay tuned for that. And I will throw myself on mute right now and come back to you guys momentarily once I get this whole lobby set up. And I will see you guys in a minute.
For all my lovely streamers, just to let you know, we are in client, or not in client yet, but are in lobby doing the pick ban really quickly here, so we don't have to remake the pick ban phase in client and go through that drafting process a second time. So bear with me here, and we should be getting in client momentarily. Alright, I'm going to intro these two lovely teams here, and we will start game one. Hello everyone, and welcome to the After Hours Gaming League. This is the quarterfinals of the 2015 season here, and we have a match for you today between, on the blue side, Microsoft 1. Microsoft, of course, makes the lovely OS I'm running to bring this coverage to you guys. Fantastic company there, playing for the charity known as Charity Water. Charity Water works to build clean water infrastructure in parts of the world that don't have easy access to clean water. Building wells, building filtration systems to make sure that people can have water and actually be productive. You know, I always say this when talking about this charity, but as gamers, I think we can all appreciate the benefits of having efficiency in the process. And if you have to walk for miles and miles to a local pond or local stream just to get enough water to start your day off, that's so many hours of your life spent simply in transit every day, and it's just not efficient. If we could just find a way to localize those water sources, in many opportunities we have the opportunity to do so, we have the resources to do so. There are wells nearby that just haven't been made, so Charity Water looks to optimize those parts of the world and bring local water access to those communities. So a fantastic charity there. And they are playing against, on the red side, Facebook, a feed story. Facebook, of course, the iconic social media site. They are playing for Doctors Without Borders. That is a charity that sends doctors to the war-torn regions of the world and developing countries that are facing diseases that they don't have the infrastructure to handle. Just any doctor who participates with Doctors Without Borders is, in my book, one of the most courageous people in our modern era. To actually put yourself on the line, to just altruistically try and help people regardless of what the conflict they're involved in, what sort of disease they've caught on, whether there's a possible epidemic about to break out, to go to those places where those people really need you, even though it puts yourself at danger. Just a fantastic group of people, and I'm so glad there's a charity out there enabling those people to make sure that they can do the very important work that they do. Without any further ado, let's get into the pick ban phase here for both of these teams. We see, excuse me, the bans coming out for the blue side are Ari, Shyvana, and Zyra. Of course, Ari and Zyra picks at this team on the red side. Facebook feed story is very familiar with, of course. Do not expect those bans to be going anywhere any further on. Shyvana is a bit less standard of a ban, I would think, against this team. Certainly not that Shyvana has never been broke out time and again in this top lane here. But you know, it's just, I feel like there could have been some stronger bans in that area. So that's the first game ban that they're going with, sort of the flex area, is that Shyvana ban. And again, their scouting might have bore different results than mine, but I feel like that's, if we're going to see any changes after game 1, it's probably going to be that Shyvana ban being changed up a little bit to give a little bit of flexibility for this Microsoft One team in reacting to how they see this first game go here. And looking over to the red side of the bans, we see Gragas, Callista, and Bard. Of course, 3 champions that are very familiar to the Microsoft One team. Bard, we rarely see Bards banned out or even picked nowadays. So when you see a Bard banned as a target ban, you know that there's a lot of respect paid to the support on the other team. Very familiar with that champion. And has a lot of mechanical proficiency with that very unique kit that Bard provides. So very disappointed I am to see that Bard being banned out, because of course I love seeing the champion diversity. I love casting games where we have unusual picks, but you know, I certainly understand why that Bard is banned out. There's a reason it would have been fun to cast in this game. So you know, hopefully, I hope inside at some point in this series, Bard won't be banned and we will see that champion picked up. But in the meantime, let's look for now at the compositions for these teams in this game here. Of course, we're going to see that Hecarim coming out. Unfortunately, that Sivir was picked up, so no speed boost able to come out for that Hecarim to enable his passive to get him a little extra damage, a little bit thicker into the fight there. But we do see that Ziggs coming out, and he does opt to go with the cleanse right here. Very much respect paid to that Sejuani, who's going to be coming out with that ultimate. But also, of course, that Karma going to be coming out in the mid lane. Her ability to root that Ziggs is something that definitely does need to be respected as well. Karma has so much potential damage output if you give her the opportunity to. You've got to be very highly mobile when engaging with her. So bringing that cleanse, possibly Ghost could have been another option as well, but bringing that cleanse, probably a bit more respectful of a summoner spell there, and definitely a good choice overall. Karma, again, not somebody that Sour Spinach is rusty with. I expect to see Karma able to be whipped out in these preceding games as well, depending on how it goes and depending, of course, on what type of composition they're going to look for here. But certainly not somebody I don't expect to see ever again. I would be very unsurprised to see this Karma hanging out here, which should create for some interesting team fights as well, depending on what type of abilities she decides to use for those team fights. She can, of course, be a sieging poker. She can be a more engage focused person, using that speed up to get herself in range to root some people to start off the fight. She can focus on giving her team a lot of shields, so when they go in, they have a bit more survivability. Of course, with that Sivir as well, giving that shield to people is going to be super helpful because they're going to be diving right in. Good Ziggs Q there. Unfortunately, they're not able to clear out that ward. A bit of a mistake there. Not able to clear out the opposing ward either. And Janna so low right now. It does require to get her that low. The Ignite coming out from that Morgana. You see the double wards coming out again, unfortunately there. But that will earn them the flash from Janna, so Ignite perhaps a little less critical here in the early stages than flash. So overall, a definite net gain here for the blue side. So you see, proccing that Spell Thieves mercilessly with that Q onto Sour Spinach. Of course, Karma opting not to go back here. You're going to have that damage is not going to be insignificant here in this lane. Ziggs, of course, so focused on poking out his opponents, is going to be very content to have a little extra help in that initial stage, even if it's just a few hit points here or there. As we see, the lane swap does come in after that hectic start here. Zig's already capitalizing on that damage onto Karma here, harassing with those empowered auto attacks. But we do see again, this lane swap did work out here for this red side, and you know it looks like Imne is actually opting to shove this wave in here. He's doing a little bit of that AoE damage with that Q. Going to be helping out with the freeze on himself, unfortunately, there. He didn't quite being denied farm just yet, but he's taking so much poke. Now he's going to be absolutely zoned out in that top lane, so we'll see how that develops here, because Trundle is in the bottom lane as well. The wave is shoved into him. There's some beautiful chain CC, but unfortunately under the turret, and Jinx takes 2 turret shots, 3 turret shots. Jinx gets executed, fails to drop the turret aggro. Oh no, a disaster in the bottom lane. I mean, fortunately no aggro was brought from Trundle, so that's just an execution, but oh my goodness gracious, not the start you want to see if you're Microsoft One. That beautiful chain CC from the Morgana Q into the Jinx Chompers didn't work out there, and that aggro has failed to be dropped. The first couple shots from the turret taking Jinx so low already, and then just failing to drop the aggro. Just a horrible mistake there. That's so disappointing to see. Like, that's, I mean, you know, I personally am not really like, oh, I'm so disappointed, but I mean, that's got to get into the mentality of this Jinx in the bottom lane to have just gone back and just bought a longsword. Like, that's got to hurt your mentality. Now you're at a level disadvantage against the person. You should have been able to easily zone off this turret here and freeze that lane out. I mean, it's got to be devastating. This is going to be a true test of their mental fortitude here in the bottom lane. Jinx, very good use of the Chompers there, despite being slowed. Still able to get a very favorable exchange in that bottom lane. And of course, Morgana roaming towards that mid lane, trying to give Ziggs a little extra help in crushing that Karma, if possible. You see a massive CS lead already, a 10 CS lead at 4.5 minutes in favor of that Ziggs. Absolutely able to poke that Karma out of lane very quickly here. So that's definitely going to be helpful. As we see a nice wave of minions crashing into the turret, denying that experience in CS from Karma. He's taking another turret shot there. It does have a lot of damage going on with that Trundle, though. Trundle definitely needs to think about going B right now. He's got that Morgana returning to lane right now as well, so he's got to be very respectful of the immense range those Morgana Qs do have. See how far he's staying back right now. Morgana actually going to be able to get him. She does! There it is! That's Morgana going to be picking up the solo kill with the first blood from the Ignite onto that Trundle. So in the end, first blood does go over to the Microsoft One team here. You see a lot of good zoning in that top lane here. There's the Chomper's a little bit forward placed here, perhaps a little bit more fearful of Sejuani following that up with Trundle. So perhaps allowing a disengage there intentionally as a bit more defensive of a play there. But Rek'Sai gonna come in, gonna actually force the flash out of Sejuani here. There's a harassment there from Silent J on that Morgana. Gonna make sure that Rek'Sai is nice and safe doing some counter jungling. Now we actually do need to keep our eyes peeled onto that Sejuani and Trundle. They're going to be catching out Rek'Sai deep in enemy territory right now. Rek'Sai, great juke there. I'm not sure what else she can make of it though. She does have flash available. We should be able to flash that wall. The Ziggs ultimate not landing, and Sejuani caught out by the Q, and that's going to be another kill. Oh, all calculated, all planned, and beautiful drops there. The Chomper's landing onto 2, another kill onto Jinx, and oh my god, Jinx all of a sudden getting kickstarted right into this game. That's going to be an early dragon for the blue side here. Next side very low, but unfortunately no way to contest that with all those there. All they're going to be able to do is try and trade that dragon for a turret in the top lane, so should be able to do just fine here, as we do see that first turret of the game going over to the red side now, evening up that turret score. Right now, almost 2k gold lead in favor of this blue side. Oh my gosh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, hold. I was just looking at other parts of the map and analyzing the items that were built right now. Hold that thought. We gotta watch from the Jinx cam here. Seeing that Trundle, she does have the ward coverage here to see how low this Trundle is. Just see that Jinx looking right now. Not even autoing, just looking, waiting, looking right up here. Here comes the rocket. Boom! It doesn't get its 16 HP. Prevents the steal from the blue buff as well. But now Jinx getting those 3 kills. Absolutely shoved in the late game right now. Hyper carry Jinx begins here at the 8-minute mark. So much damage onto Sour Spinach just from that single Q from Ziggs along with the assistance there from the Morgana, who catches her out again. This could be the kill, and it will be with the flash forward for the last auto attack to secure it. Ziggs picks up a kill there. 5-0 in kills right now. Very impressive start here. Certainly not one without errors, but a very impressive start here from this Microsoft One team, sending a message in Game 1 with this absolute domination. I mean, the only thing that this Facebook team has been able to get here is a single turret in that top lane, and that was essentially traded for a dragon. Really, not even traded, just sort of picked up as a consolation prize afterwards. There's the ultimate coming out from Sejuani. Very aggressive here. Does not want to let that Ziggs get out of control, but unfortunately, with no follow-up damage, not going to be able to get that done on her own. So you see Trundle trying his best to defend that top lane turret here. Not really quite able to do so. Top lane taking a lot of damage here. Trying to poke him out every now and again, lower that HP just bit by bit here. And there goes the ultimate all in from Hecarim. This is going to be enough there. Actually, the kill going over to Karma, and that last turret shot actually going to give the return kill to Karma. Excuse me, the kill on Trundle going over to Morgana. But the turret going to be the hero of the day for this red side, getting them on the board with their first kill. Let's see the teleport coming in here. There's Trundle. Beautiful satchel charge from Ziggs though. Gonna actually force the ult right on top of himself because he will be going down. Nothing to be done about that. And actually exhausted now is Jinx. That's gonna force the flash out. A lot of damage coming around. Good positioning on the boomerang to make sure both procs hit her. And stepping very far forward is Jinx, getting very aggressive. I mean, they are all so low. She does have the Super Mega Death Rocket, but that is not enough. The 1v1 at the end is going to be plenty here. And Rek'Sai looking for more, but simply not low enough at this point. as Sejuani defends that top turret valiantly here against that pony. So low are these members. I mean, Jinx might do a Hail Mary ultimate here, but so far ahead already. No, here does come the ultimate, but unfortunately it's not going to be getting there in time. Right after the beast. So unfortunate. Wow, very close there. If only she had thrown that out just a second sooner, as soon as she had respawned, perhaps it would have made it there. But at the end of the day, when you're already, what really is a 3-in-1 Jinx here, of course, that execution, a black, a black mark on her score right now. But when you're already this far ahead as Jinx here, you don't really need those extra long-range Hail Marys to be relevant. You're already going to be accelerated into that late game quicker than normal, and that's all you really need as a Jinx. Just that little extra tip of acceleration just to get you there a little quicker. All you need, and you'll be fine. We actually see the Jinx opting to go for a Bloodthirster first, a little bit more defensive of a build choice rather than going for that straight Infinity Edge for the crit damage. If there's going to be any long sieges that come out though, any protracted sieges, that's definitely going to be helpful, as that lifesteal will give her a little bit more natural sustain here. She'll be able to hang out well on those turrets, make sure she peels through those Janna shields. And the Flame Chomper is going to be used there to disengage. Successfully so. As the siege continues in the top lane as well, Pony looking to try and create as much damage onto that top lane during the fight. Trundle being there, but there's the ultimate from Sejuani, chasing that Jinx hard, and there's a Sivir, going to be enough to get him. The Flame Chompers do land on 2 though, so that should be the rest of them getting out alive, and that is a free kill going over to this Facebook team on the red side here. Sejuani jumping in. Oh, Morgana's so desperately out of position right there. Beautiful flash though. Silent J looking to make it out alive, but there's the return flash from Sivir. Gonna make sure that she doesn't miss that out. The opportunity, of course, capitalized on there. As the Pony looking to create a little bit of damage here and there onto that Trundle. None of these two are going to worry too much about that Trundle actually with that Vampiric Scepter. Going to be able to sustain a little bit more as well. Working his way up to that Blade of the Ruined King. We see the second dragon of the game going to be going over to the blue side. Actually looking to counter jungle this blue from the red side's jungle here. Background, paying no mind to that Trundle, letting him wail away. Knows that he doesn't have Bork, has essentially no damage right now, just a little bit of lifesteal. And there's the ultimate. Good flash out of range, very close there. There's the return ultimate, and that's going to be enough. The return ultimate from Trundle is enough to keep him alive. Beautiful play there. Just barely keeps them going. These Morgana Q's so on point. So much damage coming through. Sejuani barely making it out with her life intact. They're going to be checking for that red buff seed. It's not there. Going to be content with a bit of a deep ward thrown down there. We see just looking at the CS differentials right now. Looking at the top lane, of course, Ziggs always out farming to be expected here. Though that is a bit larger of a disparity than normal. Certainly nothing too unusual here. They're actually looking to contest this red buff right now. Ronnie gonna look for the smite here. She does get it. She does hop away, but Sour's finish is so low right now. Single auto attack. There it comes from Ziggs. Does get the kill onto Karma. Yeah, again, looking at the CS differential, there is a minor differential in the bottom lane here, but gonna immediately pop that ultimate. Does Sivir. Shauna thinking Jinx went a little bit more of an aggressive route there. Actually went far more defensively. Or excuse me, reverse that. Went far more aggressively there. So the flash from John not going to be enough to follow that up and force the kill onto Jinx. Akram actually looking to turn here. Let's dive in. There's a lot of minion aggro here. He does have the support of Rek'Sai. Beautiful ultimate there into the fear. No Rek'Sai needed. 1v1 solo kill. Dead before even the Cinderbolt can get the assist credit for that Rek'Sai. So much damage from the pony. Now, of course, with that home guard teleport available, there's going to be a lot of potential global ganking coming from that pony as the Trinity Force is looking to be completed here soon. You're going to defend those wards, force that Rek'Sai away. Yes, again, looking at the item builds for just a moment while we have a lull in the action. Hakaram, more than double almost the CS, actually more than double, completely more than double the CS of Trundle has. As an outer rotation here, a bit of an outer rotation happens. A lot of damage onto those inner turrets right now, the actual mid lane inner turret going down. Uncontested there. Good rotations. Sejuani can dive right in. Is going to be able to find that Rek'Sai. Does smite the camp away. But this isn't necessarily a fight that Sejuani wants. That Q going to be putting in work there. There's an ultimate from Morgana now. Going to be enough. Ziggs so low right now. Ziggs going to be going down. Think's going to be able to make it out with her life intact. As Morgana continues to be a pest throwing out those Qs. Very on-point Qs. I'm very impressed with the accuracy from Silent J's Morgana here. Right as I say that though, caught out a bit, sent it a little bit too far forward, and pays the price with his life. Dragging up in 1 minute. There's the speed up from Karma. Trying to collapse onto this Jinx. Unfortunately for her, that Sejuani's not going to let her go anyway. Jinx not content to simply try and invest her fight. Is going to go down almost solo to that Sejuani. After I'm going to speed away knowing that's no longer safe in the top lane. You know, you see Jinx actually does end up completing that Infinity Edge first. Does not opt to go with the Bloodthirster first. Goes for a more traditional build, but did get the Vampiric Scepter early. Since she did go back with and just get that longsword, she wanted to upgrade that for a little extra lifesteal, get a little bit more efficiency out of that gold she was forced to spend early on due to the execution there. Sejuani getting some good damage on the Silent J, but in the meantime, that top lane turn going down from Hekram, and that's a lot of damage from the Super Mega Death Rocket. Sejuani face planting into the wall there. And the hero minions trying to follow this up, make something happen. But Nami going to be making out just fine, but that's all 5 members occupied as Hekram with Trinity Force able to spam that Q, get those Sheen procs out. Gets an uncontested top turret. Now, I don't know if he should have been staying this long for that inhibitor, but it may be worth it as he gets the kill on the Janna. The crits coming out from the Trinity Force. Not going to be enough. Should have just all in that Karma as well. But that will be the distraction again. Beautiful rotations from this Microsoft One team, picking up that inner turret on the bottom lane as well, and the Dragon on their way out for their troubles here. Absolutely fantastic play. I am so impressed by this team's coordination here. Despite the score, as far as kills are concerned, being even 9-9 right now, these 7-1 in turrets, 3-0 to Dragons. That tells it all. The gold lead, 7K right now, and this has just been for a result of pure out rotations from this Microsoft One team. There you see Ziggs picking on up that red buff, doing a little bit of counter jungling for himself there. As Rek'Sai gonna scoot right on past these three members, but might be thinking better of that a little too late here. As the Flame Chompers do catch two, but that Sejuani ultimate means Rek'Sai gonna go nowhere. No, Rek'Sai makes it out alive! The flash from Karma, gonna try to follow it up. No, actually. The shield from Karma, gonna follow it up to make sure that nothing goes down. And that is the kill onto Jinx. Beautiful ultimate from Gianna there to fully misposition that Jinx. And I cannot believe that Sejuani made it out alive there. If you will all indulge me for just a moment, I do want to go back and watch the full extent of that team fight at the bottom here. You see Sejuani taking up a bit of the turrets here. Does take a lot of damage, mostly from that Jinx with that Q turned on here. As Rek'Sai gets out alive, going over there, getting out with under about 100 hit points here. But Sejuani so low as well. And gosh darn it, I was so enamored by that Rek'Sai, I did miss the Sejuani game. We're going to watch that one last time, I do promise here. It's just the Jinx rockets and the ultimate from Jinx. That's what it was, the burn from that red buff on the rockets and the ultimate there. Doing so much work. Sejuani and Rek'Sai both so close to dying. But in the end, it was a 4v2. So those numbers eventually coming into play here. And meaning that Jinx does go down. And now that is a 7-0-0 Sivir. Absolutely nightmarish. With that Infinity Edge static shiv completed. And I'm sure sitting on a ton of gold as well. Yeah, nearly a whole another BF sword ready to be purchased outright. So he's looking to get some poke down. Does land a couple Qs here and there. Looking to be as much of a pest as possible here. Sejuani wants to take this fight here against Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai just looking to counter dribble a bit of that CS away more so than anything here. Does not have that smite available. Sejuani just going to back away and get that up. Not worth it contesting with three members there, of course, so going to back away there safely. So we now see that death cap being completed for Ziggs. Going to be looking to start putting out a lot of damage here. A poke, no longer going to be cute little Ziggs poke, but going to be that crazy mad scientist Ziggs poke. As we see, Jinx still sitting on that Avarice blade, having that just sit there for as long as possible, build up as much gold as she can to extend that lead, get her accelerated further and further into that late game. Of course, is behind that Sivir, who does have that Avarice blade already upgraded into the Shiv. See John caught just on the edge of that pool there. Onto that soil, rather. See, Hecarim actually largely ignoring this trundle. I'm not sure if that's the right decision here, especially with Sejuani until good ultimate from Sejuani, catching Hecarim right before he can ultimate away here. Was actually probably just going for more damage onto Trundle with the tunnel vision there, but Trundle's ultimate and that Blade of the Ruin King popped, I gotta question the decision there to actually stand and fight. I mean, obviously, you know, Pony has a special place in my heart, but I don't know if that was the right decision, if that was a little bit overconfident there. See, Trundle trying to throw down slow there. There is the speed up from Karma and the ultimate from Sivir. Gonna be a lot of fighting going down here as Rek'Sai goes into the middle of it. Beautiful Ziggs ultimate does land on 3. They're quite low now. Morgana goes golden to survive, but that is a lot of damage coming out from Ziggs. Morgana's auto is going to be enough there. She does go down to the end, but Ziggs hanging out with that consistent damage. But here's the teleport Hecarim, and there goes the rest of this team here. That Jonah going to go down to the Prey Seeker, and that is a 2 for 5. The ace coming in favor of this Microsoft One team. And the Pony gonna be looking to go straight to that inhibitor. As we see Rek'Sai and Ziggs working that bottom lane as well. Rocking that Sheen as much as we can here. Gonna be able to get away there. Actually questioning whether or not Sejuani should have run straight to the bottom lane instead of that top. Seems like she was not able to get contested. She will put some harassment on the right side, but with that tunnel network already built up, she should be able to make it out alive here. The satchel charge available, I believe, not even going to be necessary. Rek'Sai and Ziggs do secure that bottom lane inhibitor. And wow, with super minions careening in on either side of the base now for this red side. Caught up by the black pool and the Q, the binding there. And Jinx runs right face first into the entire bottom lane and gets destroyed. Not adequate ward coverage in that part of the map, I believe, for this blue side. Actually, there is a lot of vision thrown down. I'm surprised Jinx didn't see that coming a bit. There are a lot of super minions here. That should be enough damage with the ultimate. That is Hecarim going to take that down. The Ziggs ultimate does miss here. So a lot of consistent damage. Morgana going gold, but she will go down to the dragon. Wow, BM Dragon helping out for the red side team here. The Ziggs bomb does go a little wide here. But Rek'Sai going to be able to take this heal off of the red buff and be just fine. As the dragon's still looking to fight. But Hecarim, in the meantime, split pushing away, does get that turret. One of the Nexus turrets down. And again, with super minions streaming in from both sides of the base. This is a very tenuous dance here being done by the Facebook team. Whenever they leave their base is so vulnerable now. Only a single turret available to guard that Nexus. This is going to be the 4th dragon of the game going down. And you know, it was right of Facebook to come out, try and contest this to prevent the threat of a Dragon 5. And try and get their first dragon of the game to get their bonus damage that they certainly can use at this stage of the game. But unfortunately it didn't work out for them. And now they are in a position where that Dragon 5 can come about at any moment here. There is the zap onto Sejuani, of course. The Morgana Q did not land. The binding has one more opportunity here. No, the zap does land though. And the turn there from Sejuani, and Sejuani alone going to be flashed away from by Jinx. And the 1v1 actually by Hecarim with that ignite as well. Going to be plenty to finish him off. And now they're looking for a collapse onto the Pony, but the Pony has minions with him. He's able to be backed up here. They gotta just defend this Nexus turret here with all the super minions again streaming in from both the top and bottom lane. There's just so much pressure on this Facebook team. They've stayed surprisingly even for the amount of pressure they've been under. But I just don't think they can cope with it at this point. It's simply too much. Good spell shield there. But that will be no one going down just yet here. Baller does sidestep, and that's a mutual kill on the AD carries. Janna doing her best to get in there, trying to stop as Morgana does go golden. That's Rek'Sai wailing away on the Nexus. In the meantime, though, they are fending them off, but no! Rek'Sai and Ziggs left alone too long to attack that Nexus, and that will be the game going over to Microsoft winning Game 1 of this best of 3 series here. A very strong performance put on by this Microsoft team here. Looking at these scores in the sort of recap here, 7-3-2 on that Hecarim. Showed up very strong there for his team. Of course, Rek'Sai 2-0-5. Perfect Rek'Sai game. Unstoppable throughout. And looking over to the red side, it was certainly not that there was no performance on this red side at all. 11-2-2 Sivir. 0-2-14 Janna. That bottom lane was so exquisite. I would be very surprised to see that Sivir Janna lane get through again. They were able to perform so heavily on it, though. Again, this is why that Hecarim was first picked away by this Microsoft One team here. So we'll see if those pick bans get swapped up in Game 2 here. We are going to be going into that right now. So thank you for watching this first game in this best of 3 series. You can, of course, stay tuned to AfterHoursGaming.tv for all the latest information on the standings, all the videos being uploaded there, and it will, of course, be uploaded to my YouTube channel as well, so feel free to subscribe to there to stay in touch with all the games coming up. And, of course, for the live streamers, do stay tuned. We will be getting into this Game 2 right now. So thank you for watching, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your day for those of you watching on the archives. So we are just waiting on one person very quickly here for my lovely streamers here. This second game should start momentarily here. I'll let you know once we have everybody assembled here and are moving into the client to get this thing rolling. In the meantime, feel free to hang out, post in chat, say, hey, what's going on? How is your day, my lovely streamers? How are you doing? Hope you are doing well. We did just have, before this series started, of course, a 3-game series. Went all the way to Game 3 here between Amazon, and Workday. A very hotly contested series there. Hopefully we can see a Game 3 as well in this series. Always love the Game 3 hype. Alright, it looks like we are about to start the pick bans here in chat. And here we go. So I will go ahead and throw the screen on over to the client so you guys can just, so you lovely streamers can be a bit ahead of the game, seeing what the pick ban is going to be like once we get in there. We see first and foremost that Kalista being banned, followed up by the Ahri. Of course, immense respect to the Kalista here. Coming out from Blue's Forte. Gragas and Bard and Zyra. As the apologies for the Bard ban. Very reasonable though. I certainly understand the Bard ban. No need for apologies there. First pick is going to be that Janna coming out. Followed by Hecarim and Sejuani. Of course, now for Microsoft One on the blue side now. We'll see if that Sivir gets picked up in this next round here. They did opt to grab the Sejuani over the Sivir. Lots of power on that Sejuani, of course, able to come out here. So grabbing that immediately is certainly a priority pickup here alongside the pony. I will be interested to see if the Hecarim we have in this game 2 is also going to be a Trinity Force first Hecarim, or if it's going to be a Smite Hecarim with the jungle item. That has seemed to be falling a bit back out of favor, more towards more standard top lane builds. But I certainly do still see those jungle items in the top lane for that challenging Smite every now and again, so... Next two picks coming up for the Facebook team are going to be Nunu and Sivir. So they do decide to pick away that Sivir to prevent any synergy with that Hecarim. Of course, also to pick up Sivir. Sivir, no real reason to pick up Sivir other than you want Sivir. So definitely don't need a reason to justify that. So far, though, with that Nunu and the Janna, there's going to be a lot of power dumped into that Sivir with that Blood Boil and with that Janna shield. Of course, between that and Sivir's spell shield, she should be able to get right into the thick of things and put out a lot of damage onto a lot of people in teamfights so far. But we'll have to, of course, wait and see who the top and bottom lane picks are. See exactly how this plays out here. And we're going to see Morgana and Kog'Maw be the next two picks here for the Microsoft team. I'm going to go ahead and make a bold guess that that will again be a Morgana mid. Do occasionally see that Morgana in the top lane as well, but much more common in the mid lane here. That Kog'Maw going to be hitting a Trinity Force spike, depending on, of course, what Kog'Maw build you're going for. Very frequent that you see a Trinity Force Kog'Maw. Though, you know, never give up hope, my friendly streamers. Of course, there's always a chance that it's Morgana top lane, Kog'Maw mid, and we see an AP Cog. That would be pretty sweet. Certainly not unheard of to see that. Well, excuse me. I was looking at the Janna. Of course, that Morgana and Kog'Maw actually are paired with the Hecarim and Sejuani picks. So what I meant to say was that could be a Morgana support and a Kog'Maw mid. Of course, most likely that Morgana and Kog'Maw are going to be picked up in the bottom lane here for that duo. We see the last two picks coming out for the Facebook team are going to be Shyvana and Vel'Koz. Shyvana, despite my comments in the last game about Shyvana not being somebody who I would have thought would be the top priority of a ban and was probably going to be the flex ban if there was any alteration, it looks like they're going to try and capitalize on that immediately and snatch up that Shyvana right away here alongside that Vel'Koz. And LeBlanc going to be the final pick in that mid lane, going to try and blow up Vel'Koz. Oh boy, this should be a bloody battle looking at these team comps. This is going to be a fight team composition. So let's get, without further ado, hopping into this here as we're loading on up. Actually, I should have it on this screen anyway. So we wait for just one extra moment here. Alright, so let me reintroduce these teams for us, for those of us joining us for just Game 2 in the archives. And we will get moving into the analysis of the pick ban here. Hello everyone, and welcome to the After Hours Gaming League. This is the quarterfinals of the 2015 season, Game 2 between Microsoft 1 and Facebook a feed story. Of course, since it is Game 2, these sides have now reversed. It is going to be, it's going to be Microsoft 1 on the red side and Facebook a feed story on the blue side this time around. And we have seen some minor tweaks to the pick ban phase here. That Callista going to be coming out from the Facebook a feed story side this time, leaving that Shyvana open. Or excuse me, the Callista coming out for them, and the Ziggs ban coming out from the Microsoft 1 team leaves the Shyvana open. So we do see that Shyvana snatched up here. It was not the first pick, but definitely was secured for them in the game here. We saw, of course, that LeBlanc being picked into the Vel'Koz. Going to definitely try and blow up that Vel'Koz as much as possible throughout the early stages of the game here. Once we saw that the pony was picked up, I was very curious to see if it was going to be a Hecarim that ran Smite or Ignite. In the last game we did of course see that Hecarim run Teleport Ignite. Certainly not that it didn't work out well for him. I've been seeing a transition more back away from the jungle items in the top lane, more towards what used to be at least standard top lane builds with general items, no smite, no challenging smite, none of that silliness here. But it looks like we are going to be seeing that coming out of Shyvana, of course, in the top lane, looking to get tanky as possible here. Be a real front line for her team. Well, of course, still bringing out that respectable amount of mix damage that can tear anyone to shreds who doesn't take her seriously enough. Of course, that new Janna being picked up as well, going to create a lot of power for the Sivir here. Of course, Janna throwing on that shield on top of Sivir to give her that bonus AD, and Nunu blood boiling her right as that shield from Janna comes on. Sivir is going to be able to walk right into the middle of a team. Well, perhaps that's a bit of an overstatement. She's going to be able to walk more towards the front line of her team and really get a lot of those boomerang blades out, get a lot of the bouncing shots out on multiple members of the team during these team fights here, and get a lot of damage out. With that spell shield up, she will have a little bit more security to get a bit more into the thick of things and get up close and personal and put out that damage as much as possible here. We are seeing the Morgana pick up in the bottom lane, running with that Ignite rather than Exhaust. You know, I do think that that's probably a correct choice here. It would be nice to have the exhaust for Vel'Koz, and if Sivir does get a little bit ahead, you're going to wish you had exhaust for Sivir. But Morgana, especially since she can run right into the thick of things here, and then slam down her ultimate in that Zhonya's, she's going to be always able to get a good position on an exhaust target. So opting for that ignite means that they are looking for some kill pressure in lane. Of course, Sivir thought to be a lane bully of how much she can just shove in that wave with all of that AoE spells to really push in hard. Kog'Maw is somebody who definitely brings a lot of power to the laning phase himself as well, especially depending on the build you see being taken by the Kog'Maw. If we do see that Trinity Force first, that Kog'Maw is going to do a lot of damage in this early and mid game. So bringing that ignite to the lane with Kog'Maw has the possibility to make this Kog'Maw erupt into a force that they don't want to deal with, but don't have any option because it's Kog'Maw. So we will see how this works out. There's a lot of possibilities for ways this game can go, and of course, there's always the constant threat of just LeBlanc being left alone in that lane with Vel'Koz and having to be something Vel'Koz can't really handle. Being able to just jump in and effectively dodge around the knockup that Vel'Koz can provide, which is really his only source of CC. Of course, there is that slow, but that slow much less important than the actual knockup in this matchup against LeBlanc here, because of her distortion or her diving in ability to get in and get a lot of damage and land those chains at nearly a point blank range and not really have too much Vel'Koz can do about that. But if this Vel'Koz can survive that lane, let alone if this Vel'Koz can win that lane, but if that Vel'Koz can survive this lane against LeBlanc, there is absolutely the possibility that this Vel'Koz can be the person for his team that tears through people in this late game. I mean, we talk about when we've seen in these past couple games Jinx being picked up as a sort of a late game hyper carry. Vel'Koz would be the AP equivalent of that. Vel'Koz, though we don't see him very often, it is because of his vulnerability during the laning phase to people like LeBlanc who can jump in on him and bring a lot of damage straight to his face. But in later game team fights, if there's some initial CC being brought from, say, Shyvana diving in and separating out a chunk of the team, Janna throwing a twister in and knocking people up, Vel'Koz can throw down his CC, knock somebody up, and then just immediately slam out that ultimate and pick through that true damage on tons of people. And I mean, that's when you see a late game Vel'Koz burning through people with his ultimate, it is a sight to behold, especially with this skin. I am all of a sudden biased now in favor of that Vel'Koz for using that skin, because that skin is so awesome. Anyways, we do see sort of standard picks coming out here. Shyvana actually opting to go for the Ruby Crystal first. And that is a Q onto that Nunu from Morgana. I mean, Nunu so tanky early on, probably going to be just fine here. Going to simply walk away back to that inner turret. No big deal here. Shyvana stepping pretty far forward. Oh, the Spell Thief's procs on those Qs. Oh, so delicious. Lots of gold going over to that Morgana. Super worth just for that. Of course, Shyvana did go fairly deep, so she was able to throw down a deeper ward at that red. So we're going to see the wards thrown down at a minute 15 here, as per usual, to keep those that deep vision out. Unfortunately, for this team, they do not know that this ward, a little bit non-standard here, placed not quite over here, but in this position, so they can spot people coming through the base gate, and they will know that information that Nunu and Shyvana are hanging out on the, or excuse me, that Nunu is up on the top side of the map there. And Shyvana actually going to opt to start with those Razor Beaks there. And LeBlanc already looking to fight here. Not too much damage on at this stage in the game. But that's already an example of the aggressiveness this LeBlanc is going to bring all laning phase. So we'll see if this Vel'Koz is well versed enough in this matchup to be able to deal with that, or if he has some troubles here. So we see a bit of a slugfest there in the bottom lane. Not too much happening right now. Shyvana, of course, with a slight level advantage for a little while against Peckham, though he does level up off that creep wave. Be able to fight that one out. Janna is caught out right outside the bush too, so that's going to be a lot of autos coming from the bush, the fog of war rather. Great sidestep there from Morgana Q. This is the kill potential that we see in that mid lane. Vel'Koz does make it out alive, but it takes both his summers here. The LeBlanc passive is popped in the middle lane here. So, didn't lose everything there. Of course, did also take rather the ignite from that LeBlanc. So, after this next back here, Vel'Koz is going to be a little bit safer in lane for a little while at least. He does need to be careful about shoving up though. There's Morgana actually stepping forward, just slamming down that ignite, but there's the Nunu. He's going to get there, and that first blood will actually go to Janna. The red buff not burning quickly enough. Janna, again, I believe the second time today, confirmed OP, and stepped way too far forward. Did Vel'Koz. That flash at the end, beating out the second proc. Very close there to actually getting the return kill, but absolutely not worth it if you are Vel'Koz, in my opinion. I do not think that is worth trading a kill. Even if he were able to trade that kill with LeBlanc, I would have much rather preferred he simply go back and just accept a little bit of a CS discrepancy there, which he's going to have to deal with regardless. We see Nunu doing his rounds through the enemy jungle there. And Sejuani looks to do the same, throwing down a deep ward on those wolves. Shyvana still actually going for that phage here, it appears. Not going to make use of that smite just yet. As far as direct combat is used, of course, going to be surely going to that Gromp on near cooldown, if not actually on cooldown, to get the most out of that smite summoner spell as you can. With spell shield there from Sivert, going to be preventing any Q shenanigans there. So you see Janna does get caught by the Morgana. That is a lot of damage onto her, but a lot of damage returned just from the Sivert stepping forward, throwing a single auto and a boomerang blade out. You see Shyvana possibly thinking about going hard there in the top lane, but what that fuck is right now in the mid lane, that's a lot of damage. Going on that Vel'Koz again from LeBlanc. Nothing does come of the top lane. Shyvana opting to save her ultimate there, not go for a risky dive. Probably the safer play in the long term. That does mean Hecarim is able to teleport right back top here as Shyvana throws down a deep ward, looks for that red buff, sees it's not there, but that is going to be Nunu in the meantime, soloing out that dragon. And speaking of dragons, here is LeBlanc getting a lot of damage back onto Shyvana, not immediately popping that ultimate there to try and interrupt the jump. Great sidestep by Nunu, very disciplined choice there to go back and have the confidence that he can sidestep that. Very well played there, possibly saving his life. Of course, he did have the bot lane very nearby, so he was probably alright anyway, but a very strong play there and a good mechanical demonstration of his abilities. And will that red buff, or excuse me, will that ignite be enough? No. The health pot and the heal, the summoner heal, is going to be enough to protect him and make sure he makes it out alive there. Multiple times now, Vel'Koz making out by the skin of his teeth, and that's exactly what this Vel'Koz needs to do right now. Of course, he is behind quite a bit in CS, but as long as he's not giving up kills to that Shyvana, or excuse me, to see Shyvana on the screen, to that LeBlanc, that's what he needs to be concerned about. He did give up one kill earlier, but if he can keep it at just one, that will prevent LeBlanc from becoming that nightmare roaming assassination threat. And that's what his number one priority needs to be right now, ensuring that LeBlanc stays within reasonable range. As we see the ultimate being thrown out from Hecarim, and Shyvana just going to do a quick little circle there. Did pop her ultimate as well to get the actual bonus resistance there. And the tornado from Janna just barely south of this bot lane here on the red side. So it looks like they will most likely get out of there. Sivir, of course, did pop their ultimate. It looks like we do have some lag from Vel'Koz here. Going to reconnect very quickly. Yeah, this actually is very interesting. I do believe Sivir does have both those cooldowns going right now, so I think it's just autos for her. But she does have that speed up, so the question is, I mean, what's obviously better is Sivir's ultimate rather than summoner heal. But Sivir does also have summoner heal available to herself, so she might pop that for a little extra speed here. We'll see what happens here as we restart the game now. And there's the beautiful flash there. No hesitation, coming back into it, knows, okay, if they can get one or two autos, I need to get out of here right now. And Nunu can tend to just channel there, knowing Vel'Koz is in tow. Vel'Koz does have that ultimate, trying to bait into there. And there's LeBlanc, though, getting that up. And there's the ultimate coming out from Vel'Koz. Doesn't get the kill onto Sejuani, so low, but gonna make it out alive. An unfortunate turn of events there. Vel'Koz absolutely needed that. And, you know, LeBlanc, from that damage she's had in lane, the zoning potential that she's gotten from that, the respect she's commanded from Vel'Koz, has put him behind in items to where he didn't have the damage he needed. The second Dorn's Blade not being enough for him to finish off that Sejuani, and it does cost him eventually a kill that is desperately needed. So the lane with LeBlanc already starting to bear fruit here, showing why that is a very strong counter pick. But we will see if Vel'Koz can start to stabilize here. Of course, with that chalice now complete, it has a little bit more resistance here. LeBlanc does miss the chains that time around. As you see the CS being pulled right up top here. Morgana is hanging out though, does land the binding. That's a lot of damage. The last tick of Ignite, not even the last tick of Ignite, but a tick of Ignite about midway through. Gonna be enough to get the kill there. And Sejuani is hanging around. Gonna spot out that ward, clear it out with the pink, but that is a kill onto Morgana here. Of course, we do see Kog'Maw opting to go with the more damage directly build here. Going for that Blade of the Ruined King first, as we see the Cutlass built up here. Not quite enough damage available to take out that Morgana, but they will be able to clear out this pink ward here. Kog'Maw looks to throw a little bit of rest there, not quite able to hit the mark. You see LeBlanc gonna be heading back to base here. She is able to complete that Athene's upon returning back to the shop there. Bottom lane is in a bit of peril right now for the blue side here. There's a good snowball there. There's no black shield yet. There it is right now. And that's going to be the end of the channel early to capture right on the tip and get the kill. And the turret shots going on to the carry. So low is Sivir. She's got to be very careful here. She does make it out alive. The Gianna Tornado is going to be enough to make sure she's alright here. As we see LeBlanc again, back to bullying that Vel'Koz around in lane. Shyvana perhaps trying to bait it out. She does ult away there. Looking to try and prevent any follow-up aggression here by clearing out those minions. Vel'Koz is looking to roam up, unfortunately doesn't catch him out, so he's going to just head back to his lane and do his best to farm out under that LeBlanc pressure. LeBlanc continues to widen the gap though, nearly 50 CS difference here in the mid lane. If you're going to blind pick that Vel'Koz, you have to be ready for this matchup. This is a very common counter pick, so to be bullied about this hard, I mean, this is why we don't see Vel'Koz at least pick blind in the mid lane very often. Overall, right now the gold lead is not that large. One dragon is in favor of the blue side here, while the red side does have a little bit over a 1k gold advantage. Nothing huge in favor of either side right now, fairly even for both sides. Morgana does land a beautiful Q there. It doesn't look like he knew she was in the facility, so she's gonna get blown. He's gonna get blown up by that LeBlanc who comes in, and there's the double kill. Now we have a LeBlanc in the game. Shyvana now, with that challenging smite, is able to fight out that Akron and get a lot of return damage onto him. And it does appear that that longsword, of course, was not for a Phage, which I thought would be a little strange there. There is, of course, new Phage possibilities in this shop through different build paths that have been updated in this previous patch. But no, that was just a longsword for a bit of extra AD in that lane. Of course, that health was eventually upgraded to a Bombing Cinder, and then the enchantment here. See Hecarim doing his best to proc that Sheen and melt through that turret, but there's caught out as Janna, that binding, so much damage. Kog'Maw not able to get that ultimate out to finish her off though, so she will make it out with her life intact, though just barely. As Shyvana looking to fight out that Hecarim is going to force him back there. He does have teleport available though, so actually we're going to cancel that recall, look to try and pick up this wave. Thinking correctly that Shyvana is going to go out on ward duty. He does have some vision there to see that good spell shield from Sivir to block out that Morgana Q. And poor Vel'Koz trying his best to farm from a distance, but absolutely unable to. Flash heal and the self pod not going to be enough. And that will be another kill onto LeBlanc. LeBlanc simply too far ahead at this point in the game. 4-0-1 against the 0-3-0 Vel'Koz. I mean, that's a nightmare scenario if you're Vel'Koz. You definitely are going to be unsafe in your own lane. I mean, at this point, it might be the prudent thing to intentionally just sort of give up the mid lane turret on the outer turret so you can let that wave push a little bit closer to you, get a little bit more protection there. And of course, we see that Nunu coming into the bot lane, trying to make things happen out here. The Sejuani ultimate does not land. There's a lot of damage there, but disengaged Queen Janna coming in to save the day. Does protect herself with the shield, so Kog'Maw not going to be able to be enough. But here is LeBlanc. They're going to opt to go for the Nunu. The harder the prey, the more rewarding the kill, and that is Nunu going down. The Sejuani, ooh, wow, so close. Cutting it very close with her own life, playing with fire under that turret. Sub 100 hit points there. You see LeBlanc coming back in again, trying to find out that Vel'Koz, and will be taking out Kog'Maw before he falls, who was unfortunately the only one within that aggro range. Apologies for the in-chat stuff. But anyways, pay no attention to the man behind the chat. Anyways, looking back into this top lane here, we see the CS discrepancy even in amongst these top laners here, starting to build a 23 CS lead for that Hecarim, a nearly 20 CS lead for that Sejuani. LeBlanc absolutely annihilating Vel'Koz. Even in just regards to CS here. And Kog'Maw, the only one behind on his team as far as his matchup is concerned. Lots of damage coming out onto that LeBlanc. Janna, way confident in herself, stepping out without that help from the Nunu following her back. Did of course have Sivir in tow, but very confident Janna, knowing those cooldowns were down, that LeBlanc ain't nothing without her cooldown. So good catch there from Morgana. Unfortunately, that spell shield from Sivir not going to be out in time there. LeBlanc coming in for that poke onto the Nunu. Nunu taking quite low. Does not have that much health built up just yet. Only a sight stone and an extra ruby crystal. Absolutely deleted is Nunu actually right as we were talking about that. But that's, oh goodness, utter destruction going on. A chaotic team fight here. And that is the Vel'Koz ultimate when Vel'Koz isn't fed. Vel'Koz feels like he tickles if he gets behind, especially when he's shut down this hard. And that is going to be LeBlanc surviving somehow all of this damage. Will Shyvana make it out alive? She will, but overall a 3-0 as the turret falls in the bottom lane. Wow, this has got to be a very painful moment right now for this Microsoft One team here. Or, well, not for the Microsoft One team, but for the Facebook A Feed Story team here. It's just got to feel like there's nothing you can do when you're in a position where there's an 8-0-1 LeBlanc so far ahead of everyone in this game at this point. And Kog'Maw certainly a force to be reckoned with as well. Even though he's not the recipient of tons of kills, he has been involved in 4 of them and is essentially at a draw, a little bit of an advantage here when compared to items to that Sivir, just because he has that farm advantage. So and again, when we do look at the CS score right now, it's only about a 7k gold deficit for the blue side. This is not something that can't be recovered from by any means. It's just a matter of maintaining that positive mentality, keeping yourselves studious, warding that jungle, not letting yourselves fall into bad habits. And it looks like there are a lot of defensive wards, so a lot of vision throughout their jungle. They are making the right decisions as far as that is concerned. But of course, the red side being very studious in that as well. Shyvana does take down the top lane tower at last, which will be very helpful for your team, getting a lot of gold coming out from that global gold. See Hecarim ulting in just to show that Shyvana who's boss. He will be looking for her. He does find her! And that is for Shyvana with the ultimate available. Hecarim to chase her into minions is very confident. There's the smite coming out from Shyvana. And that is a bit of a mistake there from Hecarim. Though, at the exact same time, that Vel'Koz goes down another time. Sivir doing her best to get out of there, but there's the ultimate from Sejuani. Gonna be going down. Despite the 1v1 in the top lane, that's a 2v2 overall on the map. So, I mean, if they can continue to get these 2v2s working out, that will close, not necessarily close the gold gap, but it will make the gold gap far more insignificant here. So that would be advantageous overall should they be able to continue this much longer here. Hecarim, of course, very mannered in that top lane, congratulating the outplay there from that Shyvana, giving the mannered well played. Always good to see positive attitude in those situations there. One of the best things, of course, about the After Hours Gaming League here. We certainly do mean business, but at the same time, we're here to have fun. So always nice to see people who have that positive attitude, even when things aren't going quite their way here. We do see some wards being cleared out here, trying to get a little bit more control of their own jungle area. As Shyvana looking to fight that Hecarim again, does throw down the smite. The challenge has been made. Will it be accepted? Hecarim waiting, trying to bait it out, but no, actually can't quite make it over the wall, and the ultimate from Shyvana is needed. He kept dancing around that wall, trying to bait out, hey, I'm going to ult over this way. Hey, I'm going to ult over this way. Shyvana, very great play there to stay away, be studious, wait there for the last moment. The flash, oh, the Janna heal coming out just a little too late there. Unfortunately, not going to make it in time to save that Nunu. But again, that Shyvana, very holding on her ultimate, not jumping the gun there, not trying to knock Hecarim into a certain area to make sure she knows where he's at, knowing that he has that ultimate available, waiting for him to use the ultimate, and trusting that she can follow. And of course, it's unfortunate that Hecarim did ult part of the wall. It was just a little too thick for him, but very studious play. She does have to ult in the end regardless, so overall, not a huge difference if he had made that wall or not. But Shyvana looking to try and be the hero for her team here along with that Janna. But Sour Spinach again. I mean, it's just so horrible when you're in this sort of position. When you're 1-7 and there's a 10-0-2 LeBlanc, there's nothing you can do at this point. LeBlanc is too far out of control for you. When those catches happen, when LeBlanc is just in the area, you've got to accept that that's just what happens to you nowadays. And you got to not let it get to you. You got to just feel okay with what happens. You know, this is the game you're playing right now. You are behind. That's the pain that you're suffering. And there's not much to do about that, so don't psych yourself out about it, you know? As CC there, actually going to cost Shyvana her life there. And trying to be hero Shyvana, jumping into there, going a little bit too aggressive. When that LeBlanc is around, there's too much damage potential to be brought out there. Of course, Morgana did blow the Q and ultimate immediately, so certainly commanded a lot of respect from that Shyvana. Did that Shyvana rather, but at the end of the day, not going to be enough to get anything done there. So LeBlanc going to take a snowball to the face, but Nunu's going to go ahead and head back to base and be just fine. Actually going to look to roam on up to that top lane, trying to defend this push here as Hecarim shoves that wave on in. And of course, we see 1 minute left on the dragon timer. You see Sejuani and Kog'Maw already positioning in that general area. Kog'Maw gonna go push that wave out. Sejuani gonna go get some extra ward coverage. I do like what I've been seeing here from this red side team, investing in those trinket ward upgrades on the yellow trinkets here, knowing that they can afford, with this much of a lead, to buy multiple pink wards and just have plenty of pink wards available all the time here. That's what we see, 3 pink wards in that inventory, inventory I should say, despite there's already many pink wards on the map right here. Kog'Maw actually looking to try and 1v2 here. It's a lot of damage. He does throw out the oracles and will get that kill onto Janna eventually. There's the kill onto Sivir, but actually Janna made it away. I cannot believe it. She has to go down Sejuani. She eventually does. It does cost Sejuani the ultimate, but well worth it for a kill. Star's finish has to run away here. Does flash away, but flash heal is enough to save him this time. That's got to feel good for Vel'Koz, actually making it out alive with those summoners. Of course, having to blow both of them, it never really feels great, but actually being able to make it out this time, that's got to be a little bit of a morale boost for him. Happy to see that here, and we see Sejuani falling back to that dragon, gonna just solo it herself here, pick up that critical 3rd dragon for that bonus movement speed on her team. As that bottom side jungle littered with wards, actually from both sides here, but particularly from the red side. And there's, again, LeBlanc doing LeBlanc things. Not really too much to be said about that. As we see the real battle in the game, the 2-2 top laners wanting to 1v1. And perhaps Ekram thinking he bit off a bit more than he can chew, but hold that thought, LeBlanc doing more LeBlanc things. Even Nunu, tanky Nunu is not safe. Right now the moral victory in the top lane does eventually go to Hecarim. As LeBlanc can't do LeBlanc things this time, unfortunately for her. But that will be the mid lane outer turret going down. The morale victory going over here to the Hecarim in the end as well, as he did get the final kill over Shyvana. But in the end, that will be the victory going over to Microsoft One here in a convincing 2-0 in the quarterfinals here. They will be making it on to the semifinals next week, the round of 4. Again, looking at the scores for this game, it's a fairly straightforward story here. LeBlanc just hitting her like sweet 4-item chunk there right and early on in the game, and there's just nothing you can do about that at that point. I mean, there's not much to say. 13-0-2. When you've got that kind of a LeBlanc, the game's over. It's not about whether or not you can catch people in mistakes. You just got to try and outlast, and if you can't do that, if LeBlanc is somebody who has their mechanics locked down at a sound level for their character, it's not going to make a difference. So you just got to sort of accept that, this game got away from us. You got to try and repair your mental fortitude for the next game. Unfortunately, this was the rub match for Facebook a feed story, and they were not able to get that 3rd game forced. So unfortunately, the Facebook a feed story will end, despite having some very valiant stories along the way about when they were fed. Will end, ironically, in a story where LeBlanc got fed and simply could not be dealt with here. And just very briefly, just out of curiosity, we do see Shyvana putting up some strong numbers there, 16k damage, but doesn't hold a candle to LeBlanc, over 25k damage to champions in this game. So, at the end of the day, nothing to be ashamed of. We've all had those games where LeBlanc gets out of hand. There's just not much you can do about it. A strong fight put up in the first game as well by this Facebook a feed story team. So a very strong fight overall. And again, that will be Microsoft One winning the series 2-0, proceeding into the quarterfinals. Semifinals. This was the quarterfinals. Pardon me. Proceeding into the semifinals next week. For all that information, without my flubbing of the terminology, feel free to go to the lovely website displayed on your screen right now, afterhoursgaming.tv. All of these schedules and upcoming matches and videos will be posted to that website. And of course, if you enjoy this commentary, please feel free to subscribe to this channel. I will be casting the matches coming up in the semifinals and finals as well. So hopefully I can bring you guys a commentary you will enjoy for that as well, and bring these games to life for you guys. I'm really glad I am able to help contribute to this experience in AHGL. So I look forward to being able to continue to do so next week. Again, for the semifinals, the round of 4. Going to be a very exciting time, and I might have a special treat in order for you guys with a possible dual cast. Speaking with that, with some fellow casters here at AHGL, we'll see if we can get something a little fancy set up for next week. But for now, that is the series, and thank you guys for staying tuned. I hope you enjoyed the games and have a lovely rest of your weekend. And to my beautiful live streamers, thank you as well for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the matchup. Again, unfortunately, that last game was not as competitive as I was hoping it to be, though. Again, I feel like we can all understand why that is. When you get a LeBlanc that goes into Nightmare LeBlanc mode, not anything you can do about that. But valiant effort put up by both teams there. And again, a little bit more details on that. For any of you who are watching Desi Fresh's streams for these After Hour Gaming League matches, I'm reaching out to him to see if we can set up a dual cast for next week's matches, as we are narrowing the number of matches as we get now into the final 8 teams here. We're going to see if we can get more than one caster on these matches to try and improve the overall quality of the casting. See if we can get some downtime for both of us here to think about commentary for the item builds as the other person is describing the play-by-play action. And to all of that, as the saying goes, of course, 2 heads is better than 1. So we'll see if we can set something like that up for you guys next week. I hope you enjoy that if we can get that set up for you guys. And if you have any other ideas or things you'd like to see us try out on the stream, let me know in chat. I'll be hanging out in chat for a little bit while longer after I throw myself on mute here. And feel free to just hang out and chit-chat on chat. Thank you again for tuning in. I hope you have a lovely rest of your weekend.